Okay, then I need this spreadsheet over here. The trade tabs over here. Alright, no worries. Alright, so the goal here for today, everyone, is for just watching in. So there's this shield right here. It's called the Herodic Shield of the Red something clear. So let me just, I'll pull it up here. This one. So this one basically states that it doubles the monster. It basically makes everything in your presence count as having double power. So if that doubles the monster power of everything, then that could be extremely beneficial for us here as far as the loot goes, if it works, if it counts. So first off, we need to get a baseline established, and I need to go, so we need to get like 2 people in here and run it that way. And then the second set, do a handful of maps that way, and then we do it a different way. What's up, buddy? You made a change to your ring and had a friend craft this ring? Nice. So I got someone that's gonna run like the control set with the shield, and we'll do the set without the shield and test it to see how it goes. And I've got like 10 Alder Saga something maps here ready to go too, so we can test it with that, so I can compare it to the the other stuff. But first, we gotta get a baseline to get like to figure out like if because I don't have any data for running it duo. No, Gidget, no. No. You stay over there.
Fine, fine.
These are 8 divs now. I went to go buy like some waystones this morning for like this for doing testing for tier 16. I was like, they're like 8 div a pop, so I ended up just buying 150% tier 15s. For testing with. Right.
How are you faring?
Check out your PoE Ninja. Okay, I will in a minute here. You posted on Discord, okay. A second, let me go look at that for you here. Yeah, that's not bad at all as far as that ring goes. It boosted your damage by like 400k. That's huge. Yeah, I can't make any gear changes like that while I'm doing testing though, because it would screw up the results if I like change my rarity or something like that, so I can't like really do anything like that at the moment. You have another one like it with no leech with it? You have it up for 1300 divs. Nice. so the first map we're gonna run today will be probably that Baron map. So we're gonna put down this as, let's go over to the monster power control test, and we're gonna put down Baron as the map. And all +5 as the type. Alright, so I also changed my skill tree around a little bit because I wanted to try something else a little bit differently, so I have a little more energy shield. I dropped damage out, but like I picked up more energy shield here. 7,500 now versus like 6,900. A little more evasion. Hi, nice game. Thanks. And then I wanted to try this here, like to see if it helps with some of the times. Like sometimes I get hit with those like massive bleeds. Like when I'm not using chaos inoculation, it gets really annoying. So maybe this will help since I'm basically capped on deflection anyways, right? So like, hi person that is spamming after you. I don't see anyone spamming. I don't see anyone else in chat. What do you mean? There's someone spamming here? I have to actually pull this up on YouTube. Bye. Okay. This is the wrong game. Why is YouTube tagging me as like playing? God, playing the, it's tagging me as playing the wrong game here. There's no one else in chat. What are you talking about, dude? Build link? Yeah, I can give you my link here. Give me 1 second. Alright, here you go. Alright, I am just waiting for someone here so we can start here. I guess I'm just gonna wait and to go run some random Grand Expedition maps because I'm not like doing anything right now. I'm not even gonna bother bringing tablets though. I don't want to use my good tablets on like mid maps. Read the build is good. I think I needed more attack speed. I play Fire Tornado Gimling. Yo, what's up, Fayus? Yeah, so attack speed really helps with this build, especially with, like, it drastically increases how fast you get your, combo points and your power charges. So... this isn't an Alder Saga map, this is just some random Slog Golly map that's probably going to be bad because I don't have any Waystone percent on. I have, like, 80% versus the normal, like, 100+% that I should have, like, 500. Okay, you know what? The bad map with no waystone percent just dropped an Alder Saga. That's kind of funny, honestly. Why not use Killing Strike? I don't know. I mean, you could. It just has a slower attack speed than Siphoning Strike, right? If you use Killing Palm. I mean, there's no reason that, like, you couldn't run it. It's just the attack speed is slightly slower, and, like, you don't really need the call for power charges, so it's kind of like... whatever. Oh, yeah, I do not have enough bombs to get up to that either way. I look at it here. I'm just gonna grab this Alder Saga and get out. I say sporty div. That was just an extremely lucky drop, because, like, I don't have any waystone percent on this map. Like, I should, but I don't. And I'm not running any tablets, so it's like, the statistical odds of actually seeing anything good are super low. And it just drops Alder Saga. It's like, okay, I'll take it. Okay, okay. She's just ready now. Alright, let me finish this map really quick and I'll send you an invite. Yeah, that's what we'll do first. Here is we'll do the ones without the shield. Just so we can kind of establish a baseline here as to, like, if the shield's actually doing anything, you know? I guess I could math out, like, the quantity amount and then, like, just add it to the top, but, like, I'd rather do it the right way versus the lazy way. Okay, that's all I need out of this map, is this Alder Saga here. Alright, so, invite to party. Let me go over and grab out the tablets and the maps that I was planning on using this map for this. Okay, Baron, all +5. I already had that written down, right? Ready to go? Okay. Here we go.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Okay, so where is... I'm gonna check everything on this side of the map first. That's the mid. And... that's okay. That's 7 sockets so far, or above. On that side of the map, what do we got over here? Perfect exalts. It should tell you. I know POB will tell you if you pull that up. Okay, now I just gotta juice out these boxes. These boxes generally don't drop enough to skew the loot. They just spawn a ton of ads. So far from what I've seen on the data. Alright, here we go. First map. So it should be pretty apparent really quickly if that shield is affecting the loot. Because, like, you're doubling the monster power. So if it is affecting the loot, we shouldn't need to do a whole lot of testing to figure it out. Yeah, I know. That's what I said. Once we establish, like, the general baseline, it shouldn't be too much to figure out if it works. That'll be funny though if that actually ends up being better than a calling bot there. And we figure out that this completely changes the current like meta as far as like everyone's call bot and everything. Was there divs back here that I missed? Where's that star? Can't like not pick stuff up because it'll screw the results up. And I'll toss you some divs when we're done with this also, by the way. If there's like any significant profit after we're done, after I've paid off all the map, for all the maps that we're running for like the control and everything, I'll just toss you the, whatever's left over here. For your time. Being paid by the hour seems low. I mean, if we keep having maps like this, by the time we're done, it's gonna be like this map already has been like 20 div. It looks like. Oh, what's this lag? Game? Why is it lagging? I can't move. I might be dead. Here. Am I, like, about to DC or something? Is the bitrate on stream? No, bitrate's on stream is fine. The game is just, like, dying on me. I'm 14,000 ping. There's no way I'm not dead. Yeah, still. $39,000 ping. I'm literally just spamming the buttons to do my rotation right now. I don't know why it does this sometimes, where it just like instantly, like it just like severe packet loss to the server. And then like stream's fine. Okay, now it's back to normal. Oh, I'm dead. There we go. Nope. It caught up and I died. Okay. Do we even count that map at that point? Because, like, I don't know how much dropped. Like, because what would have dropped? We missed, because we missed so much. Yeah, let's skip and not count that one. That was, like, weird. You use the same type of G or extra or just... So basically, if I'm doing testing, right, I try and keep the tablets affixes that actually matter to be at least somewhat around the basically identical. Yeah. That's what I agree. I'm not even gonna list that. Like that DC, that like weird lag spike just got us killed there. All right, so. We'll start out frigid all +7 here. Or all +5. So basically, I just always try to use the exact same map in like tablets if I'm doing testing to keep it controlled. That way, I can reduce the amount of like variance as much as I possibly can here, right? But if I'm not, I don't really. I'll accept a little bit like more variation. Like I'll do like 130% versus like the same versus buying the map. I'll just use whatever I have. But like on testing, I have to use like exact same thing every single time. Or at least as close to the exact same thing every single time as I possibly can get to. I can stay. Is this still lagging? No, I'm stable on this here. Right now. I can go. Reroll that. Reroll that, okay. Hello? Okay, the only thing left is up here, and if it's not anything good, it's not worth grabbing. Because there's too many, it's too far out of the way. Alright, so we have 15 bombs. Let's grab this. Mana cannot be leached, so we don't want that. Grab this. Grab this. Trying to use 3 tablets with +2 mods and waste on chance with a tier 15 hopefully you can get something good. You should see a decent amount of 7 sockets on that setup. Like, you should basically be guaranteed to at least get something. Alright, where's we go with this setup? I don't think I have the recipe for mirrors, so we might run those things here too. One chaos, boom. Yeah, that was that last map was rough. I have some Elder Sagas maps. I'll try to use the new setup on those. Yeah, you'll do really well on Elder Sagas maps usually. Even on non-Elder Sagas maps, you should be seeing a lot of like 6 to 7 socket runes with that much waystone percent. Honestly. Got the pack size. Insane. Good there. Okay, get rid of that. Chaos. So the only things I really usually track are like Perfect Exalts, Chaos Orbs, Divs, and Perfect Chaos and Greater Chaos, and Annulments. So like the higher tier currencies. Because if I tracked Exalts, it would be so, like those 3 Chaos I can't grab, so we're gonna have to note that down later. Because if I tracked like Exalts or like Val Orbs, there would be so many of them that it would like basically just skew everything. Screw it all up. I was only using on our regular guns instead of I've got a pretty decent amount of loot. So the biggest difference between Alders and regular Expedition, I wouldn't even count like 1x plus 7 maps on Alders are really just not much better than just doing regular Expedition. Where you start seeing like super high benefits from Alders is on the ones that are like all plus 5 or above. Those are the maps that like you start seeing like a good amount of like, oh, this is better than a normal Grand Expedition setup, you know? Okay, there's 3 greater I can't grab. What's up, Apex? Not much. We're testing out, we're testing monster power today to see if that has any effect. So you know that like shield, it's like the heretic thing that makes monsters count as having like double power. So we're testing that today to see if it does anything for Grand Expeditions. This basically, you just run a full set of maps, like a decent amount of maps without it, and then you just put it on. If it does anything, doubling monster power should be really apparent really quickly on the loot drops, you know? So it shouldn't even take a ton of testing to figure it out. I would say you should probably be able to see it after like 10. I can't even open that. There it goes. What was it the way I couldn't pick up? It was like 3 greater chaos and 3 chaos, right? Because I think this was the last remnant here. Yeah, because if like item rarity doesn't do anything and effectiveness doesn't do anything, then having a rarity cull aura doesn't help. But if that monster power shield works and it doubles everything and it actually counts, then it could be pretty significant. It would be basically meta changing as far as like what people are running, you know? It's 6 chaos that I couldn't pick up. Okay, so there was 6 chaos I couldn't pick up and 3 graders that I couldn't pick up. So that was what? 26 chaos? No, 28 chaos. So we'll write down 28 chaos. 28 chaos. 3 perfect, 6 greater chaos. So I only have 3. Then it was 11 divs. And 4 annulments. Then just for posterity, I'm gonna write down how much of every monster type we had here. 580, 489, and 146. You can just keep those ones that you just that didn't drop. Do we want to run these here? Let's run the laboratory. I'm not gonna count the loot from like the underground areas, but like we should at least run them really quick. Alright, let's do this one first. Everything in here is gonna be just as juice as the GEs, because it should be like inheriting everything here. Whoa. This thing is annoying. I don't remember which one has the recipe altars on it. Oh, there's a random div. Take that. Can I grab it, please, game? I can't even grab it. On controller, it won't let me. So, it's free for all. Just grab it and take that div, because I can't get it. There's too many other things here. Alright, return to the surface on that one. Oh god. So now that these underground areas are back, it actually makes Mountain technically better because the 20% extra quantity from chests. And that's like, well, most of these things have is chests. Open. Thank you. Alright. Alright, that's it. We're done with the map now. Yeah, so if that works, I'll definitely put out a video on it. And let everyone know for sure.
What is it? Of course.
I'm gonna sell that right now. I'll do it later.
Speak. A useful.
Alright, let's see. I need to grab another map. I need to grab reroll material. Liquid. Alright, we're good. There. Golly. 1x plus 7.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Okay, the worst modifier technically. Reroll that. 1x plus 7 isn't that bad if you're running a bunch of waystone percent. Though, I mean, it is still technically the worst, but it's not that bad. With enough waystone percent. But dude, the rerolls on this one have sucked. Is it more that this problem? The problem with this map is like, in general, is the layout. Okay, so all of the good stuff is on the other side of the map, so We only have 15 bombs, so I think we need to go for the high socket stuff first. Oh yeah. Here. We can't even get to that. I mean, I probably could if I did it like this. Alright. No, it can be hit or miss. Sometimes it's really nice, and other times the layout is just so bad. Yeah, honestly, the two maps with the worst layout is Golly and Bleach Shoals. Bleach Shoals also has a layout very similar to Golly, to where you can just never get all the remnants, so you have to usually just leave half of the remnants on the map. So when you have to do that, it's just like a significant hit. That's why Basin is so good generally, is because on Basin you never have to do that. And another reason why I think the monster power would work is, you know how when they did that patch and they added those like onto the normal non-expeditions, they added stuff that like says it's like all monsters have 200 increased power or something like that, and it seems and that like actually affects the loot. So if everything counts as double power and that works, it should like be insane. And it should be basically apparent. I don't think we're gonna need to do like 40 maps to test as a control to test that to see a big difference. I think like if it works, it should basically be like a drastic change because you're doubling it, you know. Okay, where is the monster that's like alive here? Like 3 screens away, yay. Okay, so that was 245, 150, and 1. 45 on the monsters. 150. 41. I'm not tracking that number. Okay, how many chaos? It was 11 chaos and 5 divs. So 5, 11, and 3. Alright. I'll check the nest really quick. Alright. Baron, all +6. Yeah, so whatever we don't use for like continued testing and paying for maps, by the way, CG here, I will I'll just split it 50-50 with you here. I think that's fair, right?
Another step on the road less traveled.
Let's see, what do we got here? Locked in Opulent. We're gonna definitely not reroll that one. Oath. Okay, we don't want to reroll that either off the rip. Okay, so we definitely want to come this way off the rip. I didn't bring anything to set up the strong boxes on this map, and I totally forgot. I need to go get mats for that. I'll do it in a minute. Alright, so, how do we want to path this?
Another
Oh, first I would like to not have that in the middle of a portal in the middle of, like, the, yeah. So, I think first things we want is definitely these. That locked-in Opulent is hugely important for loot. What does this lock in? Time. And what is this? Either way, though, we're not going to get to all the bombs. I don't even think I'm going to be able to get to half the chests. There's literally not a single strongbox here. I mean, we're grabbing the majority of the high-end runes. No matter how we do this here on this map, it's gonna be weird. Because, like, yeah, I'm missing how many ones? 1, 2, 2, 3 high sockets. 4 high socket. Yeah. Here. Okay, did any of these lock in opulent? Because I can change the pathing if it does. Damn it, no. Okay, so it doesn't. I'm just gonna go with it. We have enough of them, and we have enough of, like, the good runes here. It should be fine. Okay. Yeah, that actually kind of begs the question. So you know how most of the non-Older Sagas maps get extra like explosive range or like extra explosives, almost 90% of them, right? So with the Waystone percent thing that I figured out, and how high the sockets will roll on average as long as you have like 400% or more Waystone percent, I wonder if it's almost more profitable just to not even run Elder Sagas because you can hit all the remnants in a map more often. Like, that would actually be something that needs to be tested, but like, ooh, I don't want to, yeah. I mean, I have enough data that I could just compare it to. Loot here, it sucked. That's the problem with Basin. It always has like insane ad density due to the boxes, but the loot just never reflects it. So what was that? 455, 326. Okay, we'll go 455, 326, and 89 with, what was the loot like? 13 chaos, 6 to 4 no. So 6, 13, and 4. Alright, we're done. Get rid of this.
Indeed.
We are breaking even though, a lot better than we have other tests were. So I'm not like losing money doing this here so far. Scorched 1x7.
Another
Dude, it's the only reason it made some of the testing that I've done possible. Like, that one MTX basically made 90% of this testing possible. I literally bought it just for doing testing with. So 1x7s can be really hit or miss. They're either usually like insane or they're just like mid. Cause it's like the 1x on all the sagas. It did solve like controller problems with the Portal MTX. I have all kinds of weird controller problems from time to time. Okay, so I have a ton of bombs here. So there's really no reason not to grab everything. What's up? What is wrong with her? Alright. That's basically everything. Except for the one remnant bomb that's like all the way down here, but I don't think there's anything here worth grabbing unless it's a 7. Yeah, that's 3. I'm not bothering with that. Alright, we're good to go on this one here. Oh yeah, that does get annoying. Another one that is annoying with the controller from time to time is the womb gift tree. Yeah, that's annoying. I mean, there's a. I mean, honestly, I just wish they would. I mean, that's one thing Diablo does a little bit better is the ability to swap between like your controller and keyboard and mouse, and then swap back to the keyboard and mouse, like for every function in the game. So like you could do like you could play the game with a controller and then do all your inventory stuff with keyboard and mouse. I kind of wish that they would get that like sorted, but like it hasn't happened yet. That's literally the only thing I can say Diablo does better than PoE at the moment. On a travel map last night, funny is this drop is always on. You know, I feel that. The lock that I did, the one lock that I dropped this season so far was also on a travel map. This map is really bad. With annulment. Yeah, you just don't get crazy drops like you do on like other types maps when you're just running 1x+7s. Unless you get really lucky on your rerolls, and then it's eh. How's the controller and Yas and T4? Yeah, it's amazing on DA4. Like, compared to this, that's the only, like, literally, that's the only thing I would say Diablo does better. Is the ability to, like, hot swap between keyboard and mouse and this. Alright, grab this. So, I don't think it's gonna take a ton of data. Like, normally if I was doing, like, testing, I would say I want, like, 40 points, like, 40 GE maps of each set. But, like, if we're doubling the monster power and it affects it, like, we shouldn't need 40 points to see if that's doing anything. We should basically be able to tell that almost within a few maps, you know? Because the loot should be, like, exponentially higher than everything else we've done, even, like, on, like, lower-end maps.
Another step on the road less traveled.
I don't have the mana to do it. And, like, I'd have to go replace, like, a ton of gear to get there, and I just, like, haven't done it yet. Locked in Opulent Rune is one of the few things that that never gets rerolled. Okay, where is the guaranteed 7? Man, what is the Waystone percent on this map? I mean, it's good. This map sucks. If I make him immune to cold damage, that's really bad because I do cold damage. Alright, we got everything but one remnant here, and then the one that we missed is not even good. Alright, here we go, hit the bomb. Another thing that I would want to that I would like to test eventually is the monster level / power have any effect on like the remnant quality. Because I tested it, like, I already got a guaranteed answer on, like basically 100% confirmed that Waystone percent affects remnant quality. But, like, I never actually sat there and tested if, like, the remnant's quality is higher on tier 16s versus tier 15s. Opulent over Bond? I think it's better to have Bond personally. Bond, simply because of adaptive biology, right? So basically, when you get Bond Rune and everything starts having like 14 to 15 extra modifiers, you're basically increasing your rarity of like by up to like 1500%. Which is why I think that rarity seems like it does nothing. Thing is because you just have way too much of it for it to be of any impact, you know. Because like if you have like 15 mods on something and with the adaptive biology, that's 1500% rarity plus like the 165% that's on your gear. So that like little bit that's on your maps and your waystones basically does nothing. Like when you're relatively speaking, because like even that's like 10% more rarity technically. If you're at a 165 and something has 15 mods, and you add in like say maybe like you could get what 70 on your map at most, and then another 30 to 100%, so you're not even getting like 10% extra rarity. Which would explain why the rarity basically does nothing. It's because you're just oversaturating the stat too much. Especially with Bond Rune. One map you connect? What do you mean one map I connect? And then the other one that is really good, and this is why I want it, and this is another reason why I think that shield should work, the power rune. The power rune is like, I would put that right up there with the bond rune as far as like how much it increases your loot. I'd say its power is almost better than opulent. But if that is a direct scaler on the enemy monster power and that's why it's affecting the loot, then that shield should work too, you know? Three div, 21 chaos. 3. I did not write down the monsters for the last map. Oh well. Div 21 chaos and 1 greater. 331, 314, and then 54. Alright, so basically I paid for all the maps so far. Need to go buy more maps really quickly.
What is it? I will make use of this. Of course.
Okay, so where's my trade window here? I was gonna use tier 16s for testing today, but like when I got on and I checked the price for the tier 16s, it was like insane. It was like 8 divs for a tier 16 with 120% waystone percent on it, you know? FS here for 4 slot voices last night. Nice. All right, that's 4 maps. That should be good enough for to last a little bit here. Stack alchemies. Did I already write down what this map is here? Check it. No, I did not. Baron, all +6.
Another step on the road.
Oof. So that, now I can't even grab that. Guaranteed bond right there. Use on your boots and tattoos. On my boots, it's basically one suffix and then chronomancy modifiers for the, chance to not consume power charges, and then my tattoos are basically all just resistances. Except for, I have a Wanderlust in the boot slot on Allur's Legacy. Man, these rerolls are sucking today. $15 bombs is gonna be rough to grab everything that's like remotely good. There we go, that's the bond. What am I saying? This is, let me show you here. Passives. Duh. Come on, go. Passives. Alright. I have my ascendancy set up like this. So I got stone, I got the tattoos, I got stone fist, and I just have the extra combo point generation. It's into expeditions, there's a specific way to do them. If you want actually to get loot, it's not anything to do with luck. Your socket quality and remnant count is entirely determined by, your waystone percent. So, like, as long as you're doing maps with a ton of waystone percent, you're usually gonna do well on the expeditions. It's just, that's basically the only way to do it. Yeah, so for the boons, it's literally affected by your boon occurrence rate is literally affected by waystone percent. Like, if you're running, you'll see a lot more boons running Alder Sagas at, like, 500 to 450% waystone chance than you will at, like, doing it any other way. Man, we have been getting the absolute worst map layouts all day. And I also have a feeling it's determined by map level as well. I skipped that first one because it was like a locked-in wisdom. Oops. That's not good. Whatever. You can grab that utility belt. I don't want it. The only thing on grabbing is the currency that we're trying to see if this, so we can test if the shield works. Later, if there's enough div, I might actually go test if the waste zone percent is affected by your map level. If your map tier affects how much you get. Yo, what's up, Jeremy? 2 alders in 5 minutes into waste zone stacking, and then I actually been doing. Did you use all my luck this year? It's just random, man. Like today, we've had like terrible layouts. We're trying to test. I'm trying to test. You know that heraldic shield of like the red blade or whatever it is that doubles monsters' power. We're trying to like get a baseline to test that right now. Because I don't have any like runs with like 2 people, so I'm getting a duo baseline so that we could have him put that on with like a screen and a half worth of presence range to see if like doubling the monster power affects the drops. Because it should basically act like a Giga Power Rune. That's there at all times. Like, I had one really good one this morning when we were, like, first started testing, and everything else today has been kind of mid. Thanks for the follow. Divs. Okay. Alright, so what was that? 5 divs, 14 chaos? 5 div, 14 chaos, 1 greater chaos, 1 greater with 800 monster kills on normal, 665 on that, and then 133 rares. Okay. Work is slow, so you get to tune in at work. Nice. Once we're done with this tablet set, here we should have enough data to like at least kind of like have a baseline here, and then we can put the shield on and test it. I don't think it's gonna. If it's working, it should be. We should see the difference almost immediately. Alright, here we go.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Do I lock in? It seemed like really a single good oh, there we go. Focus soon. Waste 1% here sucks. How many bombs? 15. Okay. The only thing is, there is stuff at the top of the map there. And there's only one up there, and it's like a 7 socket. Man, I could probably repath a little bit and get to that. Actually. I don't need a lot of room. I just need to, like, extend it a little bit. Okay. Okay, every remnant on the map. We got bond runes here, so this should be good.
What secret lay buried?
It does feel like the rerolls are significantly worse on tier 15 than they are on like tier 16 runs. Is your shot crazy good? Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad it's working for you, man. We're testing something else right now that, like, if it ends up working, it'll basically change the entire meta for, like, everyone that's running, like, all these call builds in Grand Expeditions. It'll completely change what the meta is, if this is actually a thing and it works. So that's what we're doing right now. If it works, I'll put out, like, a short video on it or something. I've seen it do 9. I've never seen it do more than that. I know you can use, like, visions on them. But, like, as far as, like, them generating more than, like, 9 sockets, I've never seen it. I mean, it could be possible, but, like, there's other stuff that I've never seen either. I've never seen a +1 9 socket yet, either, right? I feel like they touched something. I made all 7 and no Alder Saga or anything. That happens a lot, actually. Man. Like, I've seen that happen, like, I don't even know how many times on all +7 maps. Like, you can look at the spreadsheet, and you could probably like, see how many all +7 maps I've done without, like, Alder Sagas in them. The thing is, because when you're running all +7, it's not always necessarily +7. 7's the baseline, so a lot of them are going to be 8 or 9s a lot of times. So it does just, like, it is really good, but it's still, like, you're not guaranteed to get Alders. Yeah, a mirror and a 9 socket. Yeah, I don't think I have the mirror rustic because I've never seen it. Drop a mirror. Like, this one has been mid, too. Like, this was an all +5. It's been mid. The good thing is, though, as long as you're, like, as long as you're doing somewhat, like, well, you should be pulling enough raw div, as long as you're getting, like, a decent rune setup, like Bonded. Bonded is honestly, the biggest thing that'll determine your loot. As long as you have that, you'll be good. This has been a mid-map as well. I mean, it wasn't terrible. It wasn't great, though. Okay, so what was that? That was 2 raw divs, 9 chaos, and then 1 and all. 2, 9, 1. We almost have 10 maps worth of data. That should almost be close to enough to at least get an estimate here if it's working. So when we hit 10, we'll swap to the other setup here. Because, like, we should have enough data points now to, like, if it should, with it, I mean, it's not as, like, perfect as, like, doing, like, 40 or 50, but if we're doubling monster power, it should work. And it should be basically noticeable with 10 points of data here. If it does anything. Yeah, well. Are you just using... Yeah, I don't really ever use my flicker. I just use Siphoning Strike. The flicker is only there because there's, like, certain situations where, like... if I should use a header... So... This is what I think is what's happening a lot of the time with the rarity, right, Daniel? Is, if you look at the adaptive biology node, for every rare, like, monster modifier something has on it, it's like 100% increased rarity. What happens when you pick up the bond rune is it puts you to like 15 plus monster modifiers at times, right? So that's like giving you like 17 or 1500 plus rarity. So basically anything in your gears is you're just like basically drowning it out. It doesn't really have a huge impact at that point. Because of that. So, like, honestly, I just run Headhunter, because, like in all the testing I've done, that it shows that rarity basically does almost next to nothing in here. That's why we're kind of testing the for monster power right now, because monster power, the power room works off monster power as well. So there's like multiple things already in here that are scaling the monster's power levels. And if those are actually something we can manipulate to increase the loot drops, that would be big.
Step on the road less traveled.
What's the rare waystone? 456. Okay, this one actually has a lot of waystone percent on it. It's on the opposite side of adaptive biology. It's 200% per modifier. Yeah, so basically it makes it so none of the map mods, as soon as you get a single thing that's giving you anything like that, basically everything else becomes irrelevant. Man, the rerolls today just... Oh, Alder Saga. Even with like a ton of waystone percent, the rerolls today have just sucked. I kind of am starting to question, because I usually don't run tier 15s, right? I usually run tier 16s. So, like, I'm kind of wondering if the tier 6, I have to actually test it before I can speak, if the tier 16 also play a role. Because, like, I already know, because I did all the, like, socket testing on tier 15s, but I swear tier 16s have better socket quality as well. Which I'll have to go test that eventually. I mean, it wouldn't be hard to test. It's gonna take a lot of divs, though. Did I leave a div there? Yeah, I did. That's fine. Grabbed it. Yeah, so basically with those two things, it's probably and the thing, it would explain why rarity doesn't do anything. So it might just be that rarity's working. It just doesn't. We just have so much of it scaled because of Bond Rune that it doesn't do anything. And like to test that, it basically be running a bunch. I mean, there's no reason to test that honestly, because like we've already confirmed that you want waystone percent for socket quality. There's a remnant back there. Okay. I'll go grab it in a minute. I'll have to grab that before we go. Get the Alder Saga at least out. Oh shit. Why am I stunned? You know what, another thing that's interesting with this testing that I'll be able to determine, like, because, like, if the first 3 sets of data were all basically running, waystone percent with 2+2 random lap mods, I could I could fairly easily determine how much quant having an extra person in your party is actually giving you. Which would be an interesting one to know as well. Alright, so we got a single Alder Saga here. Okay, so how many divs was that? 479, 479, 281, 6, 7, 5 div, 16 chaos, 5, 16, with 1 Alder Saga. Okay, so that is, we're at 9 maps so far. Forgot to write down the amount of monsters we had on the last ones. Oh, don't forget that the remnant back there. Yeah, you're right. I gotta get it. Where is it at? It just added an additional chaos. So we had to go and put this to 17 chaos. It's good because the try a 0% pack size, 140% Waystone drop chance map. I mean, I can't switch to 140% right now because I'm like still testing on one because I've done everything on 150, so I can eventually.
Yes. Gold is useless indeed.
All right, we'll do one more map at this on this set, and then we'll throw the shield on, and we can see if we'll see if we see a massive difference. Bleak and awful, endless, uncloak. Okay, let's see here. Is that a good play? Bleak, awful, cold, Star Drinker, endless. Unknown. Bleak, awful, unknown. Cold. Bleak, awful, cold, unknown. Endless. Okay, that's 4. That makes that easy. Sulfite into circle something fishy. Something fishy. Sulfite. Something fishy. Sulfite again. Okay, so that one's shit. Okay, so lots of unknown ruins. Warm. Risking nothing to drink. Nothing to drink is Basin. That's one of the best maps. This is only guaranteed to beat 2. Okay, so we're not gonna put anything there. Alright. I need to do a map to path to the next map. I just put that in a tab and I don't know where it went. Okay, grab out a random map here. I don't think we should count the all +7 map, like, as far as the drops, because it's gonna just skew the data so heavily, it's not even funny. So that one I think we should just skip. I mean, we're gonna run it, but we're not gonna write down what it drops, type thing. Yeah, that would be really nice. If there was an easier way to do it on controller. Because that all +7 is like, we know it's going to be insane, right? So like, there's no reason to like, just completely skew all of the data with it. So after this knack, go ahead and switch to that shield. What do we got? 2 orbs. Yeah, so this is another thing. Like, when you see this, 176 total power of monsters, that's why I think that using that shield might be nuts, you know? There's a lot of stuff that points to, like, monster power can determine, like, affecting the amount of loot you get out of Remnants, so, like, that might be the play. Watch it, like, double our loot. For my build? Once you get Headhunter and like some of the gyms and getting your I would probably say you could probably do it for like 1,000 to 2,000 divs for it to be like able to basically clear everything. Okay, Lush all +5. Alright. This will be the 10th map on this data set. We have a ton of currency drops to count to like average out, so like it should be alright.
Another step on the road less traveled.
If that locked in that bond rune, that would have been nice, but I mean, Rebirth is good too. Alright, what's over here? We got one Remnant over here. Man, the Remnant count here sucks. Alder Saga. Okay, yeah, we have to get that. Opulent. Okay, so how are we gonna do this here? I think it goes... We gotta go this way, right? We gotta grab this. Gotta grab the Alder Saga. Like, no question on that one there. Alright. Yeah, so after this one, just switch to the shield, and we'll start tracking it with the shield, and see if there's like and we'll average out the total amount of loot that we get here, and then we'll go from there. If monster power has any effect, it should be basically double. If it works. On the loot. That's why I was like, we shouldn't need too many samples on that. If we're doubling up the loot, yeah. All we need to prove is that it's higher than margin of error. And then math variants can explain. That's all that we have to do. If anyone actually, does anyone want me to make a build guide? Thanks for the follow, by the way, Assort. I just saw that, my bad. Cause like I can make a build guide for like this, a video if someone wants it. If there's like interest in it, I'll make it. I just don't want to like spend all the time to make it and have like nobody be interested in it. Yeah, this one. Like, I have the written MOBA, but, like, I can make a video one. It wouldn't be too much of a... if people want it. I think the only thing worth anything in here that's gonna drop on this map is that Alder Saga, man. I mean, we're gonna over sustain the Alder Sagas here, but yeah, this is a crit build. Okay, I gotta discard DM. Why am I alt tabbing in the middle of this? This is not. Yeah, that's not intelligent. I'm thinking I'm solo and I can just pause it and like alt tab to read Discord here. Alright, there we go. Div. Over chance, chaos. Alright, here we go. What did we get? We got 5 chaos, 4 div. 5 chaos, 4 div. You notice the maps that have like really shit loot are ones where like we don't ever get a ton of monster spawns. Like it's always like 40 rare monsters. And then the ones that have like the giga loot have like 150 that spawn. Alright, switch to the shield now. That should be a good enough baseline that we can at least use that for now.
Runesmith, at your service.
Yeah, Waystone drop chance is basically how you determine so it doesn't really determine all it does is basically work at like recipe rarity. So each one of the recipes for your remnants has a rarity, has like a rarity weighting. What Waystone drop chance is what we think it's doing. Yeah, that one. Is it increases the amount of it basically works as recipe rarity is all it does. It's like, but like I have to test it if it's like if tier 16 versus tier 15 also affects it. We don't know. I haven't tested that yet. Right now what we're testing is to see if running maps with 2 people, and then we're gonna test it if like if someone runs the shield that has like the double monster power, if that affects the loot in here. Like that's the thing we're testing right now.
Profligate, hmm?
But like, there's like when I tested it, I did a ton of testing. There was like 150, over almost 200 data points for each set for sort of that basically pretty much easily concluded without a margin of error that Waystone drop chance is like by far the best thing you can have as far as like getting loot. And the reason for that is because there's 2 nodes in your Atlas passives that basically make it so like you're getting so much rarity from those based on monster modifiers. I'll show you right here. So you have this node right here, right? Let me move it so basically the adaptive biology. When you get the bond rune, this node monsters will have over like 15 modifiers. So this is giving you so much item rarity that it doesn't even make a difference how much is in your gear or how much. And then you also have this one here. It does the exact same thing, basically, right? So, you're getting... Basically, at 15 mods, you're getting almost 3,000% item rarity. Item rarity doesn't do anything past that point. Because of the bond rune. Alright, this is Baron, all +5. With the shield. So we need to grab this. Like, I found 3 Elder Sagas already today. 4? No, yeah. I used 1, I have 3. So yeah, I found 3 Elder Sagas today. Just on stream. In like 2 hours. If we're 3 Elder Sagas up, let's see here, so...
Step on the road less traveled.
In 10 maps, 3 Elder Sagas. Alright. Okay, so Baron, we gotta go over to the one with the... Here now, and it's gonna be... Map as Baron. Oh, +5, okay. There's a bond rune. So now we definitely have to go down there. That's a locked-in bond. So locking in bond is like one of the most important things. Locking in bond is more important than locking in opulent. So what I want to do here is I want to grab as many of these as I can to juice out everything and then worry about grabbing the strong boxes. Because once we get the strong boxes, they'll have bond and opulent locked in. So these strong boxes can inherit how much stuff that you have on like your runic mods. Did I miss that one over there? Is that one even good? Oh, I did miss that. I did not re-roll it. Okay, yeah, no, we're not worried about it. All right, let's go. Should I wait until I have all of it? Nah, I mean, you could, but it doesn't really... As long as you have the majority of them, like, you don't really need all of them. I don't have all of them. I don't have the mirror recipe. I will say the remnant quality does feel better on a 120% tier 16 than it does on a 150 tier 15. So I do think monster level does play some sort of a part in here. So far, the divs, it's dropping more, like, random divs than we were seeing, I think. I mean, it's just one map in. It's a little too early to talk about, to say anything, like, for sure. But, like, it seems like it's doing alright. There's one monster alive here somewhere. Something eating 2 hits for me is abnormal. This is actually kind of like insane right now. This isn't even, this is like a 4-socket remnant. Six. So far, for an all +5 map, this has dropped a ton of div. That was 10 div. 12 div. That was like one of the best maps we've done all day for raw div. Like, it was only the first map. We need more data to be, like, to be for sure, but, like, considering that wasn't even, like, amazing for remnants, like, as far as the sockets counts goes, and it dropped 12 raw div is kind of, like, insane.
You should be using it.
It was like less chaos orbs than we've been seeing too. It was just like a ton of div.
As expected.
This map, the next map, I don't think we should count because it's an all +7, so it's gonna just skew everything. It's gonna be better no matter what, you know. Like, I'll write it down, but like, before we start it here, I need to write down how many monsters that was. That was that was about average for Baron. But the loot wasn't near anything near the average for Baron. Because that was insane. 171 div. Or rare monsters there. I'm gonna write it down just to, for like the... Just to have like the tracking for like stuff for like Alder Saga and the map occurrence rate. But like I'm not gonna actually count this map. Cause like it's all +7, so all the counting this one would do is basically like skew it up the results, cause like obviously it's gonna be insane, you know. Thanks for the share, Sub-Zero.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Alder Saga? Ah, rip. Okay, got this one. Where are we walking in here? Opulent, obviously. Another Alders. Power Rune. Another Power Rune. Okay. Perfect Chaos. That's either Perfect Chaos or Exalted again. Through Orbit as of annulment. Okay. This is gonna be insane. Oh, and there's 19 bombs. So I could basically grab everything. Okay, so at least I want the Perfect Chaos here. Like, I need that. Like, I gotta figure out a way to get to it. Like, I'd rather skip 3 annulments and go after a Perfect Chaos, 3 Perfect Chaos. Like, for currency-wise, that's just better. Alright, we're gonna go with this setup. Missing out on like 6 annulment orbs or whatever. Alright, here we go. So yeah, for anyone asking, does the Waystone drop chance thing even work? I have found like 4 Alder Sagas today in 11 maps. I don't want to track this map's currency drops because like it is like gonna be. We already know it's gonna be insane, you know. You know, this might get sketchy with the power rune and it's being double power. I just thought about that. Because we're basically doubling up the power rune's effect. Even without having a bond rune here, it's gonna be nuts. Yeah, the life recoup on deflection actually is like kind of nice because I don't have to. I'm not having to like spam my heals anymore when I'm getting hit with a bleed. Got that. Yo, you can grab that Shrine Scepter. I don't want it. Like, even compared to, like, all, like my past all +7 maps, the loot in here is just nuts. Like, this isn't even, like, I've had all +7 maps to drop, like, 3 div before. Right? There's a power rune. This is kind of insane. Already over 10 div. This is the perfect exalt or perfect chaos orbs right here. Why does the price of the shield go from like 30 exalts to 3 div? If this is actually working. Jesus. The amount of loot, or monsters here. Loot. I mean, same thing. Monsters equal loot, right? That dropped 4 perfect chaos and like 5 div. So if that was 17 raw div, 4 perfect chaos, and 24 chaos with 8 annulment orbs. I don't think I have an all +7 map that even comes close to matching that. Like that is logged. And an Alder Saga. So overall that was like... Yeah, and the Shrine Scepter too, you're right. Yeah, I forgot the Shrine Scepter. So far, it's looking like this actually might be working. Exceptional Flying Spear as well as level 81. Item level 81. How many maps am I gonna have to do to get to the next set of, like, Grand Expedition maps? Like, 3? Alright, I gotta run through 3 really quick. Yeah, other way it's 3 maps. I'd rather save those bosses if I can to go do, for when I do lineage gym testing. Like, I know it's really early and we can't make any, like, judgments as to whether it works off of, like, one map, but I'm, like, so far, the loot it looks, it's better. I went the wrong way. further front. You're good, man. It's gonna take me a second to get through all these maps anyways. We got like 3 maps to run through before we get to the first next Grand Expedition. So no worries. I'm probably not even going the right way. I think it's on the other end of the map. I think I'm on the wrong side of the map here. Yeah, I am. Okay. I can't just sprint to the other side because I'll get like stun locked here. Yeah, I did go the wrong way. Okay. The map layouts never change, but with the start point that you have on the maps always change. So like it's like where is it my start point? This time it's like oh shit. Fuck. That's why I can't just full sprint. Well. So that just happened. We're not gonna talk about that, chat. I'm trying to like rush through this and speed clear it, and I sprint into something just to get one tapped. Because when you're stunned from like sprint, you don't have evasion or anything like that, so you're basically just defenseless. Alright. This one's a really easy boss rush too. Boom. Alright, so now we gotta go. Okay, we're back. Are you back yet? Are you back here? Frigid, all +5. Yeah, dude. I also have a Mobalytics thing you can look at here. Well, I'll give you the link here. For my PO E-Ninja here. Alright, there you go. Alright, still okay, that's fine. Okay, tablets. Alright, okay, yeah. Perfect timing. So yeah, what we're testing right now, for anyone that just joined, is there's this shield that basically counts all the monsters in your presence as being double power. We're seeing if that has any effect on expedition loot. And that's a 7 socket, so I don't really want to re-roll it on an all +5 map, but like, the locked in off Wisdom Rune at the very start is kind of oof. I mean, there's only a few opulent runes here, so whatever. Okay, basically grabs everything. Shit. I'm not answering there right this second. I will die. I'm not even about to waste a map. Plus, I think it's the same sound color that keeps calling me like every day. It's annoying. What character do I play? Oh, this is Martial Artist Monk. So far, we're looking like it's out. We're like, this is like the play. Be right back. Okay, sorry about that. I'm back. So far, I'm gonna say that it definitely seems like that shield is making a huge difference on the loot we're finding. Shit. I'm about to die. Put some energy shield back here, please. Oh my god. There's a chaos on the ground back there I can't grab. Really, for some reason. What is going on right now? What is actually going on right now? I can't even see my screen. No extra chaoses or anything here, right? Okay, so what was that? 15 div, 28 chaos. Three annulments, 4 greater chaos. There was nothing even like super special about that map. It was just insane. So far, every map we've done on this shield has been over 10 div.
The speed. What is it? I will make use of this. Indeed.
Like, this is so, like, outside of margin of error at this point. If it keeps up on this pattern, like, it's fairly apparent really, really quick that that is what's happening. Okay, let's see here. What else do we need? Oh yeah, still to reroll. This next one is an all +5 too. Fraggy all +5. Okay. How many all +5s are above? Or, I mean, there was only 3 maps that weren't all +5 on the last set or better.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Yeah, so I kind of already see the route that I want to take here. Grab this first, then I want to grab this. Then over here, grab that. Grab that. Then over here and grab this. Alright, try this here. So this one's a mid one as well. If it's also insane, like it lets us know some things. Effective, hi, watch your videos. You say, I have a question for the tablets. You just need Waystone % chance, or should I find? So you don't really need any. You don't really need effectiveness or rarity. Honestly, it doesn't really make too much of a difference. As in, like, I don't even know if it makes a difference at all. Where are the 2 monsters that are like? Where are the monsters that are keeping that alive? There's some random blue here somewhere. Okay, yeah, there it is. Why is it all the way over there? Like, actually. So basically, the only thing that really makes a huge difference is your Waystone %, because that affects your recipe rarity. Outside of that, like item rarity, monster rarity. This is annoying. Yeah. Like it's happening again too. Look at it, like all the way over, like that's like more than 2 screens away. For Grand Expedition only, Waystone. Yeah, basically for Grand Expeditions only, Waystone chance in the tier of the map is what matters. There might we're testing something right now. There might be another aspect that you can use to boost your loot, and that's kind of what we're testing right now. But, like, it's too early to tell. Like, the parameter, like, just from, like, the couple maps I've done to test it, what we're testing, I'm gonna say this is, like, disgustingly, impactful for your loot. Like, it doubles your loot drops, almost. Here. But, like, again, it's, like, we're, like, 2 maps into the testing here. So I can't tell you, like, for sure. Yeah. Doubling the monster power when you have a power rune, though, is like... Bro, Perfect Exalt Chaos, like... So what is it? I don't want to say anything until I know for sure it works. Because I don't want to, like, people going out and buying stuff that might not necessarily work before I, like, figure out if it actually works. But so far, it's looking like it works. Especially when we lock in a power rune, that's when it goes nuts. Thanks for the sub, Sergio. Yo, so we went from averaging on the last set, like 10 maps, we went from averaging like maybe 5 divs a map to we're averaging over 10. Raw divs. Now. It's basically we're doubling the monster power to see if it affects the loot drops on the Grand Expeditions. This is what we're doing. Okay, it was about 542, 454, so we'll write that down. And there's more rare monsters too, which is kind of like another thing that's interesting here. But like, look at this. Those 11 div. 4 greater chaos. Perfect exalt. 18 chaos. And what else? 1 annulment. Hey. Watching people play, watching people. What makes you want to play? You got me.
Useless to me. Take it, go.
So, if it keeps on this trend, like across all the maps here, this is gonna be insane. This is like, so far it's basically doubled the average loot per map. Like, we're getting 2 times the amount of loot.
Bye.
What is it? As expected. Go.
Alright, I'm gonna go check the, I gotta go get us more maps here. Yep, the tablets are the same. Like, everything's the same. There's been nothing that's changed. Same tablet, same map, same basically everything. But, like, for some reason, it's doubling the loot drops right now that we're getting. So, no, what we're actually testing right now, Rose, is there's a shield, it's called the Heraldic Shield of the Red whatever, that basically, the way it works is it doubles the monster power, so every monster in your presence counts as having double power. We're testing to see if that has any loot, implications inside of Grand Expedition. So if, like, it actually increases the amount of loot that we see per map. So far, though, we're only like 3 maps in, but we're seeing about, on average, 2 times the amount of loot that we were on the other maps. $1x plus 8. Which is really kind of insane. I forgot to grab reroll stuff. I'll be right back. Oh wait. I had reroll stuff. It's just not letting me access that remnant. What?
Another step on the road less traveled.
Or this one. Or this one. Oh, you gotta come and re-roll all of this and set this up, because I can't do it. A lot of these. It gave you access. It gave you priority. Yeah. For some of them. It was mostly on that side of the map where you're at right now. Yeah, so that one I can't touch, and then this one I can't touch, and then this one I can't touch. And this one. I think I had the rest of them that were good. How is the power testing? It looks like it's doubling the amount of loot we get per map. Like literally doubling it. There's like no... It's so much higher, it's like you can't even explain it with map variants. Okay, so down here, there's, what is down here? Because I know the big sockets are like up at the top of the map though, so like do we want to like just circle back and go for those after we got the 8 there? Is the question here that I have? Probably, honestly. Let's actually, yeah, this way. Like, it's still too early to say anything for sure, honestly, here. Alright, here we go. I hit the button. But after 10 mats, if it's like way outside the range of the other set, then we know for sure that it's like, this is what's going on. Okay, I can't open that one. So you have to open them. Yeah, these first little bit here, you're gonna have to open because it won't let me touch them. That one it lets me open. That's weird. First one I can't touch. Yeah, from there we backtracked and went up here, didn't we? So this map is one that I would consider that should be like normally mid, as far as the loot goes. Is it a 1x? Anything 1x times is usually pretty mid. It's not ever usually good. And the rune setup here has been bad, but like so far, I mean, the loot's been not amazing, but it's not terrible either. You know what is also seeing an unusually high amount of on this setup with the extra power from the remnants? Rare monsters. We're seeing a lot more of those too. So where is the something? There is something alive off screen here, keeping this from progressing. I'm gonna like sprint into it and get myself killed here. It's all the way over here. Okay, where is everything? Man, this map, with everything spawning off screen, is probably screwing up the testing too. That was 1 div 7 chaos. So that was out of all of the maps that we've done with the shield. This has been the worst one. All right, that was 1 div. 1, 7, and 1. We also didn't really have any locked-in power runes there. So, if what happens here, like if this is actually working the way I think it is, when you get a power rune, that increases the monster power of everything and thus increasing the loot. If we're doubling the monster power of everything around us, like everything here, we're not only increasing the loot, we're doubling basically everything. So, as soon as you get a power rune, you're doubling its effect. Bleak and Awful, good fellow, wild roaming free. Let's see here. Good fellow, wild roaming free, Bleak and Awful. Stray at least, Endless Cliffs. That's 4. Wild, dry, endless, bleak, yeah. And Sulfite. Okay, that's more than 4. Bleach, all +5. Gully, all +5. One times 8. Okay, so. Okay, so that should be enough Alder Saga's map to finish this. Bleached, all +5. Alright, here we go.
Another step on the...
Okay, so from the looks of it, there's only like 1 remnant all the way over here, so unless it's something good, then we don't even bother. Reroll it. Mid. Okay. And that's gonna bond room, but I can't lock it in. Oh, now it's a locked in bond room, so that's good. Okay, so like for the most part, this map has a really midline remnant setup. Like it did not get anything really particularly amazing on any of these rerolls. We didn't hit anything good. So. There is enough bombs that that I should be able to grab basically everything here. What was this one? Locked in bond. Is there a locked in bond somewhere else, too? Locked in power here. Locked in bond there. Alright, this should be good. I mean, it's not an amazing setup, but it's also not the worst one we've seen today. But for an all +5, it should. I mean, it should be. It's like it's kind of your average. Okay, monster power. But yeah, so far I'm gonna say monster power is the play. Boom, boom. Yeah, this should lock in Bond, so everything after this should be nuts. Where did I go next? Oh, it's over here. Power. I mean, that was 9 divs still. Like even on a bad map, like that was still 9 div. 5 chaos. I'm really bad about logging the monsters today. Like, that was only 48 rare monsters, and it was still 9 divs.
Go on. You should be using it, not of course.
Like, it definitely seems like it's doing something. I just need a random map to throw on that. I don't need anything with, like, high waystone percent or anything, do I? Item ready on gear? Not really. We're testing something else right now that could be like to basically replace the current call rarity bot build. And it's, so far, I'm gonna say it's looking really promising.
Go on.
Like, it looks like it's effectively doubling the amount of loot that's dropping. As far as, like, divs and everything goes.
Another step on the road less traveled.
This is probably the most promising thing to increasing the loot inside of Expedition that we've found since the Waystone percent breakthrough. Is what this is looking like. So if this keeps like looking as promising as it is, and it keeps basically doubling the loot over the first set of ones we ran, it'll be basically pretty conclusive really quickly. Like I don't even think we needed to do like that many data points because like it's pretty already obvious that this is doing something. What was up there? You gonna let me grab every remnant on this map? That would be nice. Right there. Everything on the map. Basically we're just doubling the monster power of everything in here within like a screen of the remnants. And testing if to see if that does like anything. And so far, it's looking like it's basically doubling the amount of loot we're getting. Which is outside of map variation and margin of error, you know. Even on a 10-point sample test, like, that's way, if you're getting 2 times the amount of loot on average, that's way outside of variation or margin of error. We're running the heraldic shield of the red blade or whatever. Basically, all the monsters within your presence area count as having double power. Is what we're trying it with right now. So yeah, you could juice it even further, like for sure. So the thing that gave me this idea was like I noticed the power rune was like basically drastically increasing the loot drops, but like item rarity and monster rarity and any of that stuff wasn't really working. So like I was like, how can we double the monster power or like increase the monster power overall to see if that does anything? This map doesn't have a locked-in bond rune, so that's drastically going to hurt us. So, and also I think I figured out what the monster rarity, why item rarity doesn't really do much. So there's 2 nodes on your atlas that are basically, you get like 100% more item rarity. It's equaling 200% more item rarity per modifier that, monster modifier that something has, right? Well, when you have, like, Bond Rune locked in, stuff starts getting up to the point where it has, like, 15 or 16 modifiers. So basically, you're running at, like, almost 3,200% item rarity at that point, which means anything you have on your map, your gear, even all of that combined, basically does so little to the actual relative amount that you already have, that it's basically doing absolutely nothing for you. It makes, it does make sense that that would be what it's making the item rarity not do anything. buckets. Yeah, they should be, but like, again, even if it's separate multiplicative buckets, like you're still saturating it so heavily that it shouldn't matter. That like, you're just increasing anything relatively to that is basically going to be almost nothing, because it's way too oversaturated. Because, yeah, item ready on gear is supposed to be its own bucket. You are 100% right on that. But when you have something that's giving you almost 3,000% of it, then even with it being its own bucket, it doesn't really matter, you know? Yeah, basically. This map was even bad, but like it was still better than like the worst map on the it was still better than the average map on the last data set, with this one being bad. Okay, so that was what, 3 graders? 5 div, 1 annul, 13 chaos, 5, 1, 13, and then 3 graders. Like, yeah, even with this being a terrible map, it was still better than every other, like, than most of the maps on the control set. As far as, like, locked-in runes goes. Like, here. Just out of curiosity, where are we at right now? Yeah, I counted those. Equal average. So we're at a whopping 8 divs per map average. What was the average on the other set? Equal average. 4.7. That's double. 4.7 average on the first set, and this is at 8. What is our chaos average right now? 13.8. Okay, about the same amount of chaos per map. But 2 times the amount of divs per map so far. You think Sadist has like 5 power per hit? See, that's kind of what we're already doing, though, because so he has this on. Let me show you here. I'll show you. Clear, reset, and with a bunch of presence range. So he's running this, right? So what this does is basically everything is double power. I don't know if you're on the long here. I'll just move this over. So you say basically enemies in your presence count as having double power. So he's running this. So basically everything that he is around us is doubling its power rating. So if that's working, which it looks like it is, it's drastically increasing the amount of loot we're getting from Grand Expeditions. Like over the last set, it's double, like even on the bad maps, it's doubling the amount of so far that we get. My snapshot without affinity is full. As far as just the raw divs. The chaos is the same, but the divs are double that of the last data set. Like, to confirm it 100%, you would need to do, like, 20 maps without it and 20 maps with it. So, like, we're kind of just, like, since it takes someone else and I can't, and it's not just something I can do solo, we're kind of just doing 10 maps to, like, spot test it. But so far, it's pretty, like, looking like this is, like, disgustingly good. Alright, so I need to go get us more maps really quick, man. You can run more maps if needed. Yeah, we'll see how it's looking at the end of this. I just don't want to keep you if you're like not like, you know, if you have something else to do. Trying to make sure I use like this around the same affixes on every single map that I buy here.
Thanks for the chat.
Alright, before we start this next one, I'm gonna grab some water really quick though, okay? Okay. Let's see here. Delete shoals. Let's do that. All +6. I gotta put these maps in my bank so I don't mix them up with like the maps that we're actually using. We're not actually using here. Go bleached. But it kind of would make sense that the lower quality currency, like the Chaos Orbs, is occurring about the same because we're seeing so many more divs, right?
Another step.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Phil. Yeah, that could actually work. I'm just like running with it what he has right now, though. Like, that's locking in bond, right off the rip. Okay, so and the rerolls right now. Oh, there it goes. There goes one. I mean, we've re-rolled like 3 or 7 plus in here so far. So I can't complain too much. Alright, so we get a free locked-in bond. I don't know how many bombs are I'm getting in here, though. Okay, actually, that's huge. Locked-in Opulent. And then we go over here. Locks in Bond. This is the problem with Bleached. You can never get to like half of the map. It's got the same exact issue that Gully has, where like you have to leave like half the remnants here. Shit. Yeah, I cannot leave a 3 perfect Chaos Orb. That's like 15 div. Shit, how do I want to even do this then? We're gonna have to cut something out completely. Yeah, I think I have an idea. Without having to cut anything out completely here. So, if I put that there, it's still grabbing that, and then can I go a little bit further without still being in the range here? Right there. Shit. So, like, I need this locked-in bond. I cannot give this up. Right here. At all. So, I either give up this, which is not really amazing, but it's just locking in time for the 3 perfect chaos, or I give up... I don't know, let me see if I actually repath it well enough to actually get, like, need to use less bombs. Here. See, it won't even let me do that right there because I can't put anything else down. What the heck, dude? This bug is one of the most annoying, where it just basically, no matter where you put it, it just gives you the red, so like it makes you waste an extra bomb. Okay, I guess I'm skipping that. Sucks that we have to skip that, but like, 3 perfect chaos, a 9 socket is worth so much more. Oh yeah, Bleach Souls is a terrible map layout. Bleach and Gully are my 2 most hated map layouts. They're just terrible. Because you have to leave so many of like your good remnants in here that it does not do well. If you didn't have to leave like half your good remnants, it would be fine. So this one is Bond, so everything after this one should be pretty nutty. And everything's spawning close, so everything's guaranteed in the presence range right now. Yeah, you see how like it says like it has a whole list and then there's like 3 extra modifiers and 3 other modifiers? As soon as you start seeing that, you know the loot's about to hit like the ceiling. How do you highly rate your exceptional currency chest? Better 6 toxic remnant with the no good runes? That's a good question. I usually don't go after the chest specifically if I can avoid it. If there's like good remnants, but like if you have no good runes, yeah, sometimes going after the chest is worth it. But generally, it's not worth going after the chest if you have like decent runes. Like and wasting bombs that you're giving up money from remnants on. Okay, blast this, blast this. I am gonna die. I don't get energy shield back here in a second. This shit kind of hurties. $11 extra mod, 14 extra mods right now. Is my build on YouTube? It is not. I need to make I plan on making a build video. I haven't done one yet because I didn't think there would be really much interest in it. But apparently there's a ton of interest in it, so I need to do one. So 5, 15, 3, 1, 1, 5. 15, 3, 1. Wait. It was 3 perfects, 1 greater. 3 perfect, 1 greater, 1 and all. So far, I'm thinking that I have it on Mobalytics. I have like a written build guide that I can give you here on MOBA for MOBA that I've written up. But I don't have like a video guide yet. Oh, monster damage or dots, better to include them in for them. I mean, the more remnant, the more, either way, the more that you get stacked up as far as like how many Dry, cold. Let me see if that works with it. Either way, the more you have stacked up as far as like stuff going like down the chain is better. Dry, nothing. Dry, nothing, cold. 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 This is only 3. It is not at the moment here. Here you go. There's my build. Alright, so dry, nothing, cold. Let me have all of these too. There has been a lot of maps on this setup that did not consume my tablets too. Remnants that only have monster damage or dots. Yeah, so honestly, I would just take those even then. Okay, so this is Bond Rune off the start. We always take Bond. Bond Rune is the strongest rune in the entire game for giving you more loot. Like, there's nothing that comes close to Bond Rune. And then right after Bond, I would say it's Opulent. Man, Lucky with a ton of Waystone percent chance just like goes ham. As far as like, I would say Lucky with a ton of Waystone percent chance is almost better than all +5. Death is also good. Yeah, Death is good too. So Death, Time, Bond, Opulent, those are all really strong options. Like, bro, this just goes, it goes ham. On Lucky. Opulent. What was over here? Is that Rebirth? No. Rebirth is also really strong. Oh, I have a lot more bombs than I thought I did. I can actually grab that one over there that I skipped. You think I didn't have enough bombs? Okay. That changes things. What's this one? Okay, yeah, we grabbed that one. That was the Bond. So Bond, Opulent, Power, Time. Yeah. I would say Bond, Opulent, then Time. Or, sorry, then Power, and then Time, Death, and then all the other ones. Oath is good if you can handle it. Oath is, like, good because it just gives you so many extra monster spawns. But, like, if you can't really handle the Oath rune, I wouldn't say it, like, it's worth running. Because a lot of people can't deal with it. It's just too many ads. Because Oath basically directly feeds into Bond. Because it spawns minions that then add more monster modifiers to everything else. So comboing both Oath and Bond is usually a good idea. Vines. Here we go. There's 3 graders that I can't pick up there. So just note that those are yours there. We'll remember them when we're taking the tally for all the loot. Yeah, but anything that basically increases the amount of monsters that spawn when you have a Bond rune is huge because it then just feeds into the, it. Like, exponentially feeds into it. I almost am scared to ask how much like survivability stats you have on that thing because like you're standing in the middle of everything, not attacking, just standing there like and you don't even care. I do that, I die. Probably not, honestly. I'm enjoying this season. The expedition testing definitely helped, like, preventing me from getting, like, burnt out and having nothing to do. So, but, like, I have been enjoying it, so I don't know. Can I go back for that div headhunter, please? Thank you. Did I come from PoE 1? No, I actually didn't. I've never played PoE 1. It's only been the last couple of years that I've actually played ARPGs at all. I used to play like first-person shooters and stuff like that, mainly. And then like I injured my arm that I would usually use to like aim with. I tore the bicep in it, and my aim was just like shit after that. So I kind of just like it was tilting, so I stopped playing them. You got hooked on PoE 2? I mean, that's fair. I mean, so did I. Like, before PoE 2 dropped, I was playing Diablo 4, and, like, God, that game is so bad now. I mean, it was never amazing. There was, like, the problem is there's, like, no in-game. Like, it's literally just the same thing every season. And like the idea of in-game content is literally just add in more layers of useless RNG to do the same exact activity over and over again. There's no like in-game variety, and there's no like loot progression or reward for doing the actual in-game content. It's basically, you know. It would be a lot better of a game if if they would just actually, you know, like the whole game is basically you farm bosses for better gear. They then go push this RNG pit sauce like tower now to get basically no better gear than what you already had. And a lot of times those activities don't even drop gear that's worth chasing. And so it's like the actual in-game activities, there's no reason to do them. D4 only shined in the PvP, and then we're just talking about that. Alright, so that was, so far, almost, it looks like power is definitely doing something. We're basically doubling our div drops over the first set. Like, every single map. Did we miss a remnant here? What is going on? Okay, did we get everything? Yeah, so we got everything. Okay, so basically that was what? 10 divs. 27 chaos. Is it not gonna let me edit the spreadsheet? What's going on? Yo, what's up, Devin?
Yes. Gold is useless to me. Take it.
Yeah, so far monster power seems to be basically 2 times the amount of loot that we were getting without it. Like, that was 5. I do not need to put that in there. I remember we have 8 perfect greater chaos here. I am not able to do anything on the spreadsheet right now. It's like Google Sheets is down or something. Like, seriously, why can't I use the spreadsheet? Oh, this is weird. Okay, so I'm just gonna have to like write in Discord the notes here, so that was, and fill it in later. How many are normal chaos? 27 normal. Four annulments, 1 perfect. Perfect Exalt, and then that was about it. Yeah, alright. Yeah, so far almost it's like yeah, I did. I counted yours as in the 8. It looks like it's the monster difficulties is actually a hard scaling the loot that you get out of the expeditions.
As expected.
Like the averages we're averaging about 2 times the amount of div over the first data point set on this, which is actually extremely noticeable. Like you're doubling the div counts, like oof. And the chaos and everything else is much higher too.
Bye.
Yeah, I'm gonna just close this browser window and like maybe try to restart it here and make a new one. Yeah, the spreadsheet's toast. Okay. Yeah, 2 times the amount of divs on average though is like massive.
To me, indeed.
The first data set we were averaging 4.7 divs per map. We're well over 9 divs per map right now. Like well over 9 divs a map. Can anyone else access the spreadsheet right now? Like, all I get is, like, it just loads infinitely. Like, it's trying to connect and there's nothing there. I forgot to grab rerolls. So, yeah, when you get in here, I need to go. I need to leave and come back in. Alright, I'll be right back.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Okay, so it's on my end. Yeah, that's good to know. Probably just use a different browser here. We are overseeing, and it's over-sustaining Elder Sagas today too, which is nice. Usually when I'm testing, I don't like over-sustain Elder Sagas because I don't have enough waystone percent on testing, but like this time I'm actually using like decent meta tablets and maps for testing, so like I'm over-sustaining. Alright, so what was over on this side here? Now I gotta go over there. So we gotta go over here. That grabs 90% of these maps. If you want to, go for it, Rose. You can. Just make a copy of it and then do it. And then I'll just, like, I'll switch to using that one. Or I'll switch to putting that one in the videos here. Because I can't, like, it's not, for whatever reason, it's not letting me pull up the sheet on the browser, so I'm just putting all the info to input into Discord right now, so I can have it for later, so I can look at it. Gully is a really sketchy map when it's this juiced, because, like, there's no room for me to move. There's something way off screen. Game? Where is it? Hello? I love having a scavenger hunt to find the enemy that's off screen. That easy. Yo, this getting like a life recoup when you deflect a hit for 15% of the damage of the deflected hit is actually kind of nice, so I never have to use health potions now. Even when I get hit with like those bleeds, it just like, the deflect just like basically it heals through it on its own. Elder Saga's ones almost never have a lot of waves for some reason. You see how like this thing has 5 mods on it though? Like it has like 10 mods and then 5 additional. That's like 15 mods. That's like 3,000% item rarity on that mob. All damage, extra chaos damage. I had an Elder Saga on it. Perfect Chaos, Div, Chaos. Oh shit, I'm dead. I'm so... Oof. That was rough. I mean, even if we just counted it up until that death, that was still, like, insane. Right? Like, that was still 5 div and 18 chaos with a perfect chaos and an Elder Saga, and, like, there was 2 div left on the ground, so that was still, like, 6 div, even if we only counted up to then.
As expected.
I think we should almost still count that. Like... Because it was still in, like, an insane amount of loot. Like... 518 in Elder Saga? Yeah, we're just gonna still count that. Yeah, we're still gonna count that one, actually. Like, it was still, like, even though we didn't finish it, like, it would have probably been double that if we finished it. But, like, yeah. Even you couldn't keep up with the damage on that map? Yeah, that hit hard. That hit hard. So far... If I had to say, give it... Oh, my spreadsheet's back. I can do it now. Okay, so let me input the last thing here. Okay, so it was Lost Lucky. I don't have the monster counts, but that was 8 graders. 10 div. 27 chaos. And 4 nulls, 1 perfect exalt, and then the last one was Gully. All plus Gully. We died, and it was still nuts. All plus 6, and that was an Elder Saga. And it was 5 divs. 5, 18, and 1 perfect chaos. Alright, so just looking at this set compared to the last set, across 10 maps, we're almost 5 more chaos per map, and averaging, including the death right there, and double the divs per map right now. I'd say 2xing like the drops across the board basically is a good indication that it does work, right? Like we've doubled the average drops. Like even though it's a small sample size, like small sample size, it doesn't explain doubling the drops across the board on average. Yeah, but we already did a control set. We did a control set with 2 players, right, Robert? So we did 10 maps with 2 players without the shield, and then we did the same, and now we're doing the same thing with the shield. In the one without the shield, it has like half the currency drops that we saw with the shield. Like across the board, it's halved. No, you're good, man. Yeah, I already thought about that too. Like having double the players would skew the results here. So we needed to get a control set with that in mind. Yeah, so 2 times the amount of divs per map, more chaos per map, a ton more greater orbs, chaos, and annulments per map with a shield than without the shield. So I'm gonna say like, this is a good, like, I mean, it's only 10 maps, but, like, 2xing the loot is outside of margin of error or map variance, if that makes sense.
Yes? As expected, time is of the essence.
Here, take these.
Have an order?
This isn't even a rarity bot. Yeah, we could be good for the day. I think that basically concludes that shield's working, right? Like, so basically what he's doing, he's stacking a ton of aura, like, presence radius, and we're just basically we're doubling the monster power here instead of using a rarity bot, right? So basically the rarity bot's not going to do a lot, but what this does, it actually affects it heavily from what we can see so far. So if we look at this, if you look at this here, I don't know if you're on the short version, but like if you look at this here, it says monsters count as having double power while in your presence. It seems this is doubling the loot that you drop. Right? This is by far, this is at least doubling how much loot you get per drop. And like there's other shields and there's other stuff that doubles power too. So, like, you could run multiple sources in a party of this that are just, like, doubling monster power. And basically, like, exponentially increase your loot. Even more than you would with a rarity, like, cull bot, it seems. Because, like, so if we look at the control set, the average div drop was 4.7. The average chaos drop was 14.1 across all the maps. And then, like, the greater chaos was, like, 2.75. Actually, it was lower than that. Because here, let me, like, I gotta zero out all this. Here, to see that, we'll just look at this here. Here. We'll just count, we won't even count the greater orbs or anything here, so let's calculate this. The average, as like, raw current... I have no idea, we've only tested it with one. So if we're, let's, like, look at the average here. We'll do 4.7 plus 14 plus 1.2 plus 1.1 equals 21 currency drops on average per map, okay? Now if we go over here let's just average out the same things that we just did right there. Okay, equal average 1.3, equal average 2.3. Okay, now we're gonna let's calculate it here on the other spreadsheet. And I could honestly be sharing my screen, but I'm not. My bad, guys. So we know that the first set was 21, right? Is this run on Jado? Yeah, this is run on Jado with but we're taking into account that buff, yeah. 8.1. The buff is technically an average of 20% across the board. You know, if that makes sense. Plus 16. So, like, that still doesn't account for doubling the loot drops, right? Plus 2.3. Plus 1.3. Okay. So the average on this set with the shield was 27 average drops per map here. Versus the average on the other set was 21, but I didn't include any of like the perfect chaos or the perfect exalts or anything like that map right on the second set either, right? That we dropped that we didn't find really any of on the first set. So if we take that into account, we're probably looking at like almost 8 more item drops per map, not including anything that I'm not tracking. So there's a strong argument that that's like way outside of map variance. Like even if say you hit Jado proc every single time on the first map and you did it on the second set at like max, that's still basically less than even then it still doesn't account for it. Because even then, if we say account for that, then it would be 29 on the first set. Assuming, like, everything is, like, hitting Jado at 40%. Which it's not. So, like, if you count, like, 20% average, it should be, like... I don't know. It definitely, like... more tests are going to be needed. Here. To test that for sure. But the early testing results are that shield and doubling the monster power does a lot for your loot. Like, to get a conclusive analysis, you would need to run, like, 20 maps on each set. Right here. Statistically. But... like, early judgment is that it is basically doubling the loot that you're seeing. Or at least something fishy while roaming free. I gave him, like, 60 div for that, too. And I also figured out, I think we... Okay, yeah. We'll probably run more maps, and I gotta get more tablets in, and I gotta get some water really quick. And we'll do more. And we'll keep testing it. Yeah, so let's do some tests without the. Let's do some more tests without the shield. Here. And we'll go for it. I think that's a good idea, right?
Hail.
I'll open us up some more maps here.
I'll post.
Yeah, but I think doing like 2 more tests without the shield will be like very useful here. We'll do like another run through another set of tablets without that shield, and then we'll see if it does anything here. That should give us enough older Saga maps here to actually do it too. Okay? Because it looks like this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, there's enough older Saga maps here to run through all of that without the shield. Just to like get a little bit of better baseline without it, to see if like it was just randomly like really good loot, like as far as like that goes. How much is left on these tablets here? I need a random map that I can open. We got 2 charges, okay. I need to go get tablets and I need to go get more maps. So give me a second, I need to sell some stuff.
Let's see if there are any
30
takers.
div and chaos right there. Probably another like 10 div right, 16 div right here. Dude, we have made bank today. 9 perfect chaos so far.
I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
Okay. Alright, yeah, we'll keep testing that here. Alright, so we need to go to the control set and we need more data points. Basically, we need enough data points to level out the Jado buff, which should be about 20, before that starts hitting its like average per map. Does that make sense? Okay, so I'm gonna buy more tablets. Where is my trade? So the only thing that we really care about is that it's irradiated and it has +2 random mods. Every other tablet, we went with 35 waystone percent on here, 35 and 35, and then we ran random map mods ×2, and then search. Filter this for div.
Come check out what came in for you. You've got some goods in.
Which, I mean, it makes sense that that would work, because you have stuff, like, in the normal maps that don't have, like, all of that stuff, right? Like the normal, like, non-GE maps, you have stuff that, like, directly boosts monster power, like those little things on those, like, random, like, expedition encounters inside your normal maps. You have those, like, things that just will randomly boost the power of your monsters inside of expeditions, and then you also have the power rune, which then again boosts the power of monsters. Alright, let me see. I gotta invite you back here. Alright, then we gotta get more maps, which for that we've just been running tier 15s with 150% waystone.
received a shipment.
Yeah, but we'll definitely get another like map set, tablet set worth of data on the control, and then we'll do another debit set on the normal one, and then like after 20 maps, if it's actually working with how much of an impact it should be making, it should be really apparent. Like there should be no question about it, you know? I've been there wrong. Oh, he has 2 of them. I'm like, I'm teleporting to the next area. It's like, why am I still here?
You've got some good.
This will be,
I'll tend to the book.
but that means if this actually works, we found something that's actually able to scale the loot inside the Grand Expeditions, which is amazing news because it'll completely, it'll shift the entire meta, you know? This is like, if this is working how it looks like it's working, it's basically going to shift the whole meta for Grand Expeditions as far as like rarity or call bots and everything else. Because it's going to switch everyone from running presence builds to, from running call builds to running, back to running presence builds. Alright, here we go. This is without the shield, by the way. I gotta do a map to get to where we want to be. This is insane. If this works, though, for sure. Yeah. It's pricey already. I've been running 150% waystones and 40% of, See, Robert, I don't run 40%. So here's the thing. If you run, the difference between 40% and 35% is literally 2 times the div. Right, Robert? So like, 40% waystone percent chance and like a 35%, it's, you already have so much of it, it's not gonna make a huge impact to like your loot and your remnant quality. That extra 15%, when you're talking like you're already averaging around 400%, what's 15? Like, that's not even like, it's not even shit. If it's not even, if 10% is 40, that would be like 3.6. You're talking about like a 3.6 relative difference for 2 times the cost on divs. Every single map. So it's like, you're not really getting a huge benefit out of running 40% compared to the cost around 40%, if that makes sense. The only time I would recommend running 40% is if you're in a group and like everyone's pitching in to pay for the tablets. You know? Okay, we got Gully 1x7. Yeah, I think 35 personally is the sweet spot, because it's like 8 divs a tablet versus like 14 to 16 divs a tablet. Like, nobody wants to be spending that much on the tablets right now, especially when like it's a 2% difference. I would not recommend it. This is without the shield, by the way, right? We need more data in the control set here. Right, 10 shield. Yeah, 10 shield off, 10 on. That should basically give us a good amount. We might not get through it all tonight, right? But like, we'll get through at least this tablet set, and then tomorrow, if you're around, or whenever you're around and down to do it again, we can we'll get through the next set. Here, which tablets? So for Grand Expedition, you just basically want +2 random mods, and then 35% waystones to increase chance of waystones, and then you just want to get a map with like as much waystone chance as you possibly can get. Going this way is bad. I mean, this map is bad. Golly is so bad. Yeah, you're free tomorrow. Okay, yeah. Then we could do more testing tomorrow, too. For sure. But I don't think even no matter what we find, it's going to be enough to, like, actually sway the market for that shield. It's not going to take it from, like, a 2-div shield to, like, a 20 exalt shield to, like, a 30-div shield, so... No insider trading. It doesn't really help loot in here. It doesn't... Effectiveness really doesn't do much for the loot in here on the Grand Expeditions, but overall, yeah, effectiveness does help loot. It's just, Grand Expeditions are a weird case where effectiveness just doesn't do much. Yeah, he doesn't have to be on top of me for this test. Here. Yeah, there's not many things that it doesn't help, and this is, I don't know, I think it's, so there's either two things that are happening, okay? It could either be the bond rune, when you have that, it's oversaturating the amount of effectiveness and quantity that you're getting because of, like, the adaptive, like, biology tool thing, so, like, when you're having, like, 15 plus mods on a monster, it's, like, oversaturating that pool to the point where, like, having it on your gear doesn't matter. Or, option 2 that is making it not work for Remnants is it only affects items that it literally specifically says items dropped by monsters, right? So if it only specifically affects items dropped by monsters, then that also changes what's happening, right? Because, like, then that would explain why it doesn't work either. So it's either one of those, but there's no real way to test which one it is. So, like, I don't know, just, like, avoid it on your maps and tablets. Like, I mean, don't avoid it, but, like, you just don't focus on going after it. Because it's not gonna do you any good. Like, this map is bad. This map is really bad. Did we even get a div? I don't think we got a single item off of this entire map. We got 3 chaos orbs, and then 4 chaos orbs, and an annulment orb, and 1 div. Like, 4 chaos, 1 annulment, 1 div. That is really shit. 1 annulment, 1 div. Oh, 2 annulments. Okay. No, I dropped it. Oh, you picked up a chaos too? Okay, so you have 1. So, okay, so either way, that was terrible. That's only 5 chaos and 1 annulment, man. With 1 div. Baron, all +6. So Baron's always good, so like that'll be a good one to get in here.
Indeed.
Especially as all +6. Grab this. Then we go grab this. Grab 3 of these. Alright, wisdom scrolls are good there. Alright, so here we go. I need a map. Duh. Okay, map. And this is still the same tablet set, by the way. I haven't changed the tablet set that we've been running on the entire time where we were pulling, like Giga Loot out of. So, like, that's not... It didn't change. The only thing that's changed is, like, we're not running the shield now. And it's cut the loot. Like, that was terrible. That was, like, one of the worst maps we had all day while testing. I can in a minute. Alright, we basically grabbed every remnant and every strongbox, so this should be good. What are we testing today? We're testing today if we can increase the amount of loot that the remnants drop by increasing the monster power level of the remnants. So right now we're back to doing like the controlled set just to get more data points, but like the initial testing is looking like yeah, you can. So basically, we were using the shield that basically doubles the power level of everything in your presence, and testing it to see if like the loot drops were significantly different. And so far, it is looking like it does. Yeah, monster power. It is not like a close comparison. Like we're talking almost 2 times the amount of divs per map by running that having someone with a presence aura, and they're using that shield on average. Yeah, but we're still really early in the testing. We've only done 10 maps on each side of it. Like one without, 10 maps with, 10 maps without. So like, I don't want to say that it works without more data, for sure. But like so far, it does look like it does help, which is insane. So it basically, if this works, it's gonna change the entire meta because everyone's rolling coal builds for like to help boost the loot. But like if this is actually working in here and it's just drastically increasing the loot more than like a cobalt, which it is, it basically changes the whole meta. So, and what gave me the idea for it is, so you know how you have the power rune and then like the random expeditions on your map, it'll say like, oh, this adds like 100 extra monster power, like on your random like pathing maps. So I was like, okay, if this is actually a thing and it's affecting the loot, we can actually we can exponentially increase that monster power rating to see if it does anything. And I think you can get to like a 20-meter presence range too, so you can get like a screen and a half worth of presence range really easily. So far this is like bad. Compared to the shield, like I'm gonna come out and call it. This is like terrible loot compared to the runs with the shield. This is all +6 on Baron. There's a shield that basically doubles it for everything in your presence, like the Heraldic Shield of the Red Blade or something like that. It basically states all monsters in your presence count as having double power, is what it says on that. So basically all you need is someone with like a 20-meter presence range, and it basically covers everything that the Remnant's doing. All they have to do is stand next to it and be tanky. And it's insane. That's all they have to do. Stand next to it, be tanky. Yeah, the Red Blade Banner Heraldic Shield, that's it. You have it. Apex got it. Here. Alright. Bro, I'm gonna just come out and that's 3 Greater Chaos for you, I'll have to remember that. I'm just gonna come out and say it. This is like shit compared to with the shield. Yeah, exactly. It's like, where's the loot at? This is still on the same tablet set. We have it that we were using with the shield. Like, it's not like the tablet set has changed. And this is like an all +6 map. Like it's got decent remnant. I mean, we got decent rune setups right now too. We have a bonded locked in right now. Oh God. I almost just got one shot. That hurt. All of that for 2 divs. Bruh. Yeah, that could also be big too. Basically, though, if we it just opens up a bunch of options for scaling the loot in here. If we can confirm that, like, doubling the monster power works for increasing loot, it basically, there's a ton of, like, stuff that you can use to increase monster power, you know? Bruh, that was like, that was a +6 map with 2 annulments, 3 divs, and 5 chaos orbs. Oh, and 3 graders. What was that? Yeah, I got it. Like double, almost. For certain items, it's like double. We're like tracking like 2 times the amount of divs per map. On average. With the shield versus without it. Like, okay, so far,
Another
with
step.
the shield, without the shield, our average for divs per map is, let me see here. Average is like 4.1, and with it, it's 8.1. The chaos per map is about the same so far, but like that could change. Is that could just be related to like lower sample size here? What is that? We got 2 oath runes. I don't need 2 oath runes. Okay, just another oath rune. Thank you, game. Man, this one sucks for an all +5 so far. We got a good amount of waystone percent. We're like 500% right now. It also could potentially be doubling the effect of the power rune too. Like that is a very real possibility. And there's like 5 remnants on this map, and to get to all of them is gonna take like more bombs than I have available to me. Oath rune. Like, this map has 1, 2, 3... I'm grabbing 4 remnants right now, man. 4. 5. See, here's the thing. I don't think rarity matters as much as people think. Do we even count this? Yeah, that's a good question. Do we even count this? I don't think we should. It's just terrible. Like, I don't think we should count this one, like, at all. There's, like, 0 remnants, and, like, yeah, we're not gonna count this one. This is, like, just an abnormally bad map. So, there's 2 nodes on your Atlas passive, right? Each one of those nodes gives 100% item rarity based off of how many modifiers a monster has, right? So, the best rune that everyone wants to target in here is called Bond Rune, and that Bond Rune will push stuff up to the point where it has, like, an additional 15 modifiers, okay? So, when you say 100% per 200% additional, rarity per modifier, the non-shield data without a buddy, because being in the map, yeah, I'm running it with him too. We're running it with him too. Like, I am accounting for that. That's why, like, he's in here still on the while not using the shield, so it counts for the base quantity multiplier for being in a group. Yeah. So when I do testing, I try and keep everything as, like, controlled as I possibly can. So, like, I do, like, the control test, and I try to use the exact same, like, as many of the exact same stats that matter, like, every single time. To, like, reduce the amount of, like, unpredictable variables. Like, Jado's a constant, and I know that she's averaging out around 20%. So that's, like, not a, like, a very, like, unpredictable variable. It's basically just a fairly predictable one. So by doing that, it just kind of keeps it so I can get, like, a solid baseline, and that's what we're doing. We're getting a larger baseline sample right now to then compare to the sample set with the shield. And if it's, like, drastically higher still, once we get, like, another 10 maps on the baseline done, or if it even drops, like, which I'm expecting it to honestly drop, because we had one really good map at the start on this set. So, like, that kind of skews the data with only 10 sets, like, sample sets. I'm thinking it's going to drop, like, an average of 2 divs, or 2 raw currency drops per map by the time we're done. And then after this, I've come up with a way to test for I know a lot of people have been asking me to test lineage support gems, like, drop rates next. I have a way to do it. It's going to take a lot of time to do it. I have the spreadsheet pinned in the Discord for when I do it. It's good, like, it's already, like, the spreadsheet and, like, the testing methodology I've already come up with for it, but, like, it's just gonna take, like, 300 boss kills to do it the right way. Alright, so Lucky is actually, like, right... So all +5 and Lucky, statistically, are basically identical. There's not much, like, of a... between the two of them. Okay, so... How do I want to path this here? If I grab this one next... Doing bosses and regular maps, I spend more time moving atlas points around and tablets than I do doing the actual map bosses. That's fair. Okay, the question is, these two remnants here worth going after? Not particularly. Okay, so. See, there's that power rune too. Again. Massive explosion radius right now. Ooh. What is that? Got on it. Generally it's supposed to double it, but I've also seen that happen to me. I think it's a bug, honestly. I'm not entirely sure, but I know what you're talking about. I've seen it enough times to, like, question that myself. It's like, I swear I had that one. So, like, if it's really valuable on a remnant, I just always, like, double check that I actually grabbed it. Like that one, like there. Overall, though, this is the best map. What's over here? Anything good? Reroll that. Okay, yeah. So we're missing 2 remnants, whatever. We grabbed everything good. Alright, we're good. And we got a locked-in opulent rune right there. Huge. This will be a good map. Yeah, so that's basically how it works, is my understanding of it. I am not entirely sure if it's a bug or not, but I think it is, because I've seen it happen enough times where it's like, oh, the thing from the oil thing says it's like in it, but it doesn't hit it. It's rather annoying. Okay, so this actually should be an amazing map based off what's in the runes and the amount of rune sockets everything has. Like, this map, with if we had the shield on, would be like 20 raw div. We smack that. Alright, everything. And I'll give you more div tier here at the end just for your time, man. Like, if I'm not spending it like on like tablets and stuff, you can just have it. Honestly, like any excess div. If I'm not spending, because like I don't really need any better gear. I'm just like literally just dumping everything I have into testing, because like I don't need anything. So like if there's like an excess past like I'm testing for, you can have everything. Div again. But they seriously think that's it doubles the effect of the power rune, because like that's when we were seeing like some insane loot. Is anytime we got a power rune with that shield on, is it like everything went insane? Like right like instantly after. Okay, come on. You know what we're not seeing, even with as good as this map is? We're not seeing any of those, like, crazy 5 div stacks, like we were with the shield. Can I move, please? Yeah, we were seeing those pretty consistently with the shield. Even without, even on like not even when we weren't on Frigid. Especially if we like locked in a power rune with like an opulent and a bond rune, like it was like common. We were seeing like stacks and like of like 7 or 8 chaos too. Like, this is an extremely juiced map. As far as, like, the rune setup goes. No, he's, we were using the heraldic shield of the Red Blade or whatever, Jonas, to test it originally. Right now, we're just doing more controlled tests to see if, like, it's actually doing anything. So this is basically was just nothing that's boosting the monster power here. Nice. Did you just post it in Discord, Rose? Are you gonna buy all the shields when you get home? I do not think I am a big enough content creator to have that kind of an impact on the market at the moment. Like, I'm not gonna do, like, be able to do what that one did with the guy did with the amulet, where it went from a 2 exalt amulet to a 40 div amulet overnight. Alright, let's see. That was 20, that was 10 div. I mean, that was a good map. Overall. I mean... But for Basin, that's kind of expected for Basin. 10, 20, was it 20 or more than that? How many, was it more than a stack? It was 23. 3 perfects. 2 greater. 2 annulments. Okay. Oh, it wasn't built in this video.
What is it? Gold is useless to me. Take it. Indeed.
Oh, was that a perfect exalt? Oh yeah, so we got 1 perfect exalt here. I'm not even tracking the mobs. Do you guys really think I should be tracking the mobs at this point? Like, we're not testing how many mobs are spawning or like if rare monsters have any effects. So it's like, I'm not writing it really down right now. Like, we already have enough data on that.
Good day.
Alright. I really wish I could just bulk buy that and like not have to just like sit there and just keep spamming the button to buy everything to buy it on controller. Unknown ruins into circle sulfite. We'll do Scorch 1x7. Sulfite.
Hail. I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
I'm just gonna open that up really quick. Actually, no, I don't have a logbook. Okay, we're good. Someone's asking about my tattoos. I don't see it in chat. It's basically just perfect. It's just, honestly, it's literally chaos resistant, or sorry, it's literally energy shield recharge, and then just and wanderlust, and then everything else is basically just adding to my like my elemental resistances, to like try and get some like resistances that I don't already have. 3 annulment orbs. This is a 1x plus 7. So let's go and see what else we have going for us here. What's up there? Anything worth it? There's a ton of remnants on this map. Oh, there's another one there up there too. Okay, so yeah, we gotta. This is a good map too. For the most part. Reroll that. Oh yeah. Okay, so that's mids. How do we want to path this? How many bombs? I think the first question needs to be, how many bombs do we have to path this? So nothing over there hit high socket, so... You gotta get it up here. The one in this corner, right, was good? Yeah. The one in both these corners is good. You know, as many of these as I've done, I still have no idea what Blessed by Kaom does. Shit. So the only one left is the high socket one, but I don't know how I can get to it. Not entirely sure how I'm gonna path that. Because, like, I'd have to go over here. Or I just skip the high that one and grab a bunch of these little ones right here. Yeah, we're gonna just do that. I think that's my best bet, is to just skip that and just grab a bunch of these little ones right around here. Oh, in Discord? Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you for answering that, Rose. I had not seen that yet. My bad. So this should still be a fairly decent map, even though we skipped that big +7 one. Or the one, I think that was a +8 or 9 over there. Because we're still locking in opulent, you know, we're still locking in like power. We're still like we're locking in some high quality runes. What was that? We just smacked a random mom, but it dropped 2 divs. God, can I get mana, please? Okay. I thought I had to do something with rarity, but like I wasn't like entirely sure. Yeah, exactly. Not that great with bonded early in the chain. I wonder if they nerf bonded on the next season, because like it is really overpowered for what it does. Especially either that or they're gonna have to nerf the Atlas passives that give like 100% more rarity per monster modifier. Because like when you're putting like 15 of those on a monster, that's like 3,000% rarity. I can see them putting a cap on how many modifiers that bonded can add. You know? Oh my god, that life recoup on deflect just saved my life right there. I would have died to that bleed. Boom. Like, the loot isn't bad, but it doesn't feel like it's as good as it was. Would you agree with that? Here on Life? Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not bad right here, but with like without the shield, like we're not seeing. Yeah, it's less currency, but less still decent drops, all things considered. That's like. There's like 0 tinks. Comparatively. Like, that didn't even drop a div. Yeah. I mean, you could sort of test it with Way of the Mountain. Because that scales off monster power. The amount of times I've looked over today and I have like 0 energy shield is sketchy. Like that much this much ad density with a shield, I feel like we would be seeing stacks of like 5 div. You know? So what was that? That was 6 div, 18 chaos, 3 get nulls. 6, 18, and 3 annulment orbs. With what else? Anything else there worth noting? No, not really. Are these the ones that are worth money? No, not really. Okay.
You should be using it, not selling it.
Of course.
Yeah, overall, we're just not, like, it's not dropping, it does not feel like it's dropping nearly as much loot. And, like, it's not tracking like it's dropping as nearly as much loot as it was. At least as far as the divs go, we're not seeing, like, nearly as much loot. We're seeing a lot lower, we're seeing, in, like, still a decent amount of, like, lower-end loot, like Chaos Orbs and stuff, but, like, the high-end stuff we're not seeing hardly at all. Here. I gotta run a random like path map here. Let's see if I have food really quick here. I'll be right back. Be right back. 1 second. in these maps. Yeah, that's why we have to do a ton of data points to figure it out. That's why we just get a large sample sizes of like 20 to 30 maps usually, and then like it'll basically basically you use that to like kind of like remove variance. The bigger the sample size, the less the variance you're gonna see is. I got food here too, so I'm gonna be eating that for like a few minutes here. And some of the variants, a lot of the variants is just how like the runes setup was on the map. Like, right? Like it doesn't, did you get an early bond rune? Did you get an early opulent rune? Like, that's what matters more than what's on the map itself, is how your runes got set up. So that's why we're still testing it. That's why I was like not happy with it, just doing it like on 10 maps and saying, oh, this looks like it's better. And I'm not like trying to do anything like that, you know? Wonder if the sadist made it. Might be. Give me like 1 second here so I can like scarf down my food really quick. Grades all +5. Let me look at the one Templar. Oh, access denied. Alright, let's see.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Generally, after about like 20 maps, the variance starts to leveling out to where it's just like you cannot, you can kind of just write it off as like, eh. But it takes like 20 maps to get to that point where like you're not like fighting the variance the entire time on the data. Like right now, this map is good so far, but we don't have a bond rune. Like, Verana's right there is literally better because it has bond on it. Alright, let's go this way. What's over here? Is this worth going towards? No, not really. Okay, it depends on now. The only thing that we had a question about is what's over here. Greater Chaos. Timer. We re-roll that because like I'm probably not going to be able to get over that anyways, so re-roll that. I could probably get to that one though. There. Alright, there, and then I got both the bomb, that? Okay, perfect. The benefit of controller, I can play this game mostly one-handed and eat my food. Because my build's a whopping 2 buttons. That's a locked in opulent room. We should start seeing some like decent loot now. Yeah, I figure out by the time we're done with 20 maps, if it's doing as much as it should be doing, then we should, even with variants and everything, I should be able to eliminate and know for sure if that's actually working, you know? But just from like the early testing and like, oh, this feels different, I'm going to have to say that it is working. And doing something, but again, more testing's needed before like I'm definitively ready to like, oh, come out and say like this with like on a video or something. That, and another thing that we could do is, once we have a big enough sample size, I could just filter it for, like, only to only count the maps that are, like, all plus X, or something like that. Because right now there's really, like, at 10 samples, there's not enough, like, data points to do that with to actually come do a fair, reasonable comparison. At around 20 to 25, there is, that we could do that on. Alright. Why am I running in a random direction? Like, what is going on right now? Oh! I have been kicked for performing too many actions too fast. Guys, I got kicked. Apparently. Apparently, I'm just too overpowered. The game just told me. That's funny.
Another step on the road less traveled.
This is sketchy because I don't have any headhunters to actually work after that. So, like, I'm like in the middle of the fight here with nothing going. That was funny though. Boop. I just bonked the boss on the head and it gets deleted. See, that would have been funny to clip right there. That would have been hilarious to clip. This is too OP. Yeah, so what did we get there? We got 2 annulments, 8 divs, and 14 chaos. So 2 annulments, 8 div, 14 chaos. What else did we get? That was really it. Okay, that's it.
Go on, choose what you need. I will make use of this. Time is of the essence.
I gotta go buy more maps soon too. Yeah, that was mid. Okay, so how many maps are we up to on this set? We're at 15. This next one will be the 16th map on this data set. Like the control set. Like, I'm heavily leaning towards it's actually doing something at this point. How much am I paying for my maps right now? Like 5 div.
Gold is
I'm just literally running tier 1, I'm really just running tier 150% Waystone tier 15s, and that's like all I'm looking at right now, because nothing else actually has any effect for the most part. I would have done it on tier 16s, but when I went to go buy maps this morning to start doing testing with, those were like 8 divs a pop for like a 120% Waystone. So I was like, yeah, I'm not doing it on those.
Good. All the best.
That should be enough to finish, at least to get to like 20 data points on this set of maps here. It's 4 maps. I should buy another one, but whatever. I'll buy another one in a little bit. Bleached all +6. So we go over here. Bleached all +6. Hey.
another step on the road less traveled.
Roll that. That's not great. Roll this. That's power, I believe. No, oath. Man, oath and power look the same. I want to file a complaint with the manager. Make them look different. Okay. There you go. Grab that one, grab that one, and then before I decide if I'm going up or across, I need to go check all these. I can already tell you I'm going across. Man, no bond. No bond so far? That's rough. So I should be able to stream tonight until the girlfriend gets off work, which is around, like, 10 my time. So, we should be able to get basically through all of this testing, depending on, like, how I'm feeling, like, pain-wise here. As my neck's a little fucked. This is without the shield. The last 5 maps have been without it. We're trying to like remove some variants here by just getting more data. Okay, so that monster could have spawned anywhere. I figure about 20, after we get about to 20 data points without it and 20 with it, it should be painting a little bit of a clearer picture as to if it's actually working. Because like if it's doubling the monster power, the loot should be just consistently better across the board. Which so far it has been. Like on all the testing, it has been consistently better. You know? With the shield. Like, well, this is an all +6 map and it's dropping 1 div so far. I'd say the loot, it feels like it's a lot more consistent. Like we get a lot more like consistent amount of tinks with the shield so far, at least. Hey, don't get me wrong, the loot's not bad, but it's not good. I have 50 headhunter stacks. I must be doing like almost 200 million DPS to swing with my Falling Thunder right now. This is like 8 divs so far, right? Oh god, I'm gonna die. I'm not even mad. I said that probably would have dropped another like 3 or 4 divs. Do we just count it as 4 extra divs and track it? It's hard to describe how much damage that stuff does. I think we're not even gonna track that one. Like, it's not worth tracking. I died. Let's not, like, skew the data with, like, ones that we don't know, like, what would have dropped at the end. I think we just skip it. Like, that stuff was probably doing, like... It probably had over 100 million HP and was doing, like, millions of DPS.
Wait.
Because that blasted through 9,000 energy shield and, 80% evasion with maxed out deflection rating. And I had Headhunter full stack, so I had Chaos resistance. I was at, like, 60% Chaos, more than likely. And overcapped on every other element. Yeah, let's just not count that one. It's fine. Yeah, I'm not far behind you. I think last time I put my build into POB, it was like at like 120,000 effective HP or something like that. It was like crazy. So sometimes when on the rerolls, sometimes it's a lot of the time it's better to check like not what's in the remnant, but what the rune that the remnant has. Like you don't really care about, unless it's like a big jackpot item, you don't really care what's in it 90% of the time, unless it's like 10 divs or like stuff. But what you do care about most of the time is the rune socket and what it's locking in for you. Like, I know 3 sockets are almost guaranteed to lock in nothing useful here. I'll toss you I'll toss you like another 30-40 divs when we're done with this, by the way. Here. I know it's not as much as you would have made solo, but like I am trying to also cover the expenses of the testing. I'm gonna see if I have enough runes to get down here, lock in this bond rune, and then circle back up and get the 8 socket. That's kind of the goal here. I wonder if that would work. Can I grab that opulent and then circle back? Dang it. It is close. What if I did it this way? Can I grab the opulent and then circle back now? Yes. Yes, I can. So, path around, grab the opulent, grab the bond rune, grabbed. So this should be good at the end. I need to play the game and answer a text message at the same time. It's not working. Good thing I have my paddles bound so that like the stuff on the other side of the controller when I need to play with one hand. Here I could use all the paddles. Oh, it's over here. We grab this opulent first. Yeah, I figured it would be better for us to grab the opulent and then grab the big socket, 8 socket that's in here. Just to increase the loot a little bit. This map has been really bad. What have we? We're at 3 divs, man. I think I'm gonna exclude all the maps that are 1x7 from the testing results here. Just because they're always so much lower than everything else, it just brings the overall average down. Or just make it its own category. I don't know. I mean, if there's about the same amount of maps in there on both sides, it shouldn't matter too much if I exclude them or not. Okay, so we got 4 divs, 2 nulls, and 3 chaos. 4 divs, 2 nulls, and 3 chaos.
What do you think? As expected. Of course.
In this cliff sulfite, and I'm just gonna Elder Saga that really quickly to open that up.
I'll post it right away.
I don't want to clown an all +7 map because I know that'll make an outlier. Like, I know for a fact an all +7 map is just going to make a massive outlier map there on the data. But like these 2 all +5s we can count. That would be good. So that means we need to I need to path to those 2 really quickly here. Like, obviously, I'm gonna run those the 7s, but like, I'd like to run the 7 with the shield, just because, like, if we're gonna do it, I want the most amount of loot. Because like a 7's a guaranteed outlier, unfortunately. Granted, I've had 7s before that have dropped me a whopping 3 divs, so... Could you get up, please? I think we run those 2 +5s, and then that should be enough like data on like all across all +5 maps to then start compiling it, and then do more with the shield, and then test that. I can already say right now that the occurrence rate of exalt, like perfect exalts and chaoses, is like nothing compared to the other the one set with the shield. Okay, scorched all +5. So how many 1x7s are in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have 10 maps that aren't all 1x7s.
Another step on the road
Shit.
less traveled.
Let me know when you're in here, because I forgot the stuff to re-roll it. Here, I'll know when you're in here. Alright, now I can leave. Probably got like 20 divs worth of that right now, too.
Another step on the road less traveled.
This one. Problem is, even though that's like opulent, it's like so far out of the way to get to, man. Like I'd have to basically skip half the map. Okay, let's see if we can get through at least most of this map with the bomb count that we have at 50. I mean, we got a massive range, so we should be all right. All right, there we go. Grab that. Grab that. Go up here. Grab that against my better judgment. Well, I don't think there's really a whole lot of opulent runes in the left in here after that anyways. Yeah, there isn't. No bond and no opulent rune, this map is gonna suck. I'm calling it right now. This map is gonna be like maybe 10, maybe 5 div, if that. With no bond or opulent. What is she saying now? Alright, here we go. Three greater, 1 divine. And the TikTok just ended. Okay, that's weird. I am lagging. Am I still alive everywhere else? I have no idea if stream's still live. I'll have to check that in a minute. I Actually, I'll just check on my phone really quick to see if YouTube's still streaming. No, it just crashed. Yeah, stream crashed. Dang it, dude. Okay, so the YouTube stream is still up. Okay, we're good. Then I don't need to restart it. We're good then. Alright. Yeah, it was because like the TikTok stream crashed, so I was wondering if the other one crashed. Like if everything else just crashed. TikTok has a habit of just randomly ending on its own though. Alright, let's see here. Grab this. First drop with my map setup and you got a mirror drop. Thanks. Bro, I have yet to see a mirror. You know how many people I've seen say that they've gotten mirror drops with my setup, and I have yet to see one. You're like the 5th person. I'm a little jelly. Okay, 6, 3, and then 2. Perfect, thanks all. So we got 2 perfects, 6 divs, 6 chaos. And then 3 graders. Oh, there's still a remnant here. I'm like counting currency thinking it's over and there's still 2 remnants left. What am I doing? I'm dead. God dang it. Okay, yeah, we don't count that. Then we gotta delete that. I got a little ahead of myself right there. I think I sprinted for a second and got like hard stunned. Oof.
As expected.
And now I'm selling currency for gold again. Okay. That's it. Yeah. Yo, so what I'm trying to test right now is if the red blade shield works in here, and I need to stop dying. Is it auto mode?
Yes.
That's funny.
Time is of the essence.
Okay, so that one, I'm gonna call this Ice Unknown Ruins, something fishy. Okay, so I'm gonna go buy another map here. We need to run that +7, and then I'll open up that other ruin set, and we'll try and get a and we'll keep going. See, if I could get a mirror to drop that way, I'm not like stressing out about like divs for testing. That would be amazing. Actually, I'm doing alright today. Like I'm not like in the negative red like by like a 50 div today like I usually am testing. Okay, so we're not gonna log all +7 on Craggy because that's just gonna create a massive outlier, dude. We're just gonna do this for the loot.
Another step on the...
Ooh, that's gross. Locked in wisdom room without a locked in opulent. Oh, there's a locked in opulent. Yeah, swap to the shield. Put the shield on for this. For sure, put the shield on. Put it on. One thing I've always I've been curious about this whole time is the rune. Can you like stack multiple of the same rune on top of each other? But there's no way to actually definitively test it. Tin div. All right. Here we go. Okay, so one of these had a locked-in opulent here somewhere. Of course. It literally goes locked in wisdom, and then the one right after that is the locked in opulent. Okay, we're gonna have to skip one thing here, but like we grabbed everything for the most part. We missed like one thing. What was the one that's up here? I don't think there's anything like super. Yeah, I don't really care. It's we got. I'll eat one and grab 7. All right, this is with the shield. I think the last one we did this with that without the shield on the one of +7, wasn't it? So it should be locked in opulent, then you're free to take wisdom. Yeah, basically. As long as you lock in opulent first, you're free to take the wisdom after that. Yeah, I've seen, you know where I see the most immortal enemies? Gully. There's this golem that spawns that is always immortal. Sometimes, like, but it's not from the Verisum. It's like, but Gully has that problem a lot. For me. I have like a I don't know how can you just do a normal bug report like from in-game, or do I have to make a forum post on that? Because like I see it all the time. Yeah, the golem basically will never break the map. I don't know how good this is going to be because I didn't see a locked-in Bond Rune, and Bond Rune is like the loot multiplier rune, basically. So Shaken, how long have you been in chat? I think we, by the way, I think we finally figured out why the item rarity doesn't do anything when you have Bond Runes on the map. And same thing with effectiveness. I think it's Bond Rune that's basically doing it, making it so item rarity and effectiveness don't do anything. Okay, every 2 seconds, cheese. That's true, yeah. My generator skill is my teleport. Like I'm using Siphoning Strike for my generator for power charges right now. So I just teleport straight into like wherever. Simply because it has a faster attack speed than Killing Palm. So the reason I think that the effectiveness and everything doesn't work, the adaptive biology Atlas node and the one on the opposite side that's basically mirrored it. So it's like for every monster modifier you have 200% increase in rarity. But when you have an opulent rune, all the rare monsters have like over 15 monster modifiers, so you're pushing like 3,000% item rarity. So basically nothing on your gear or map or waystones is gonna matter at that point, you know? Is that a headhunter? Can I at least look, please? No. I have no idea what's going on right now. I'm just like hitting buttons, hoping I don't die. There's 2 utility heavy belt uniques. Yeah, I know. It's annoying. And it's never the one you want, right? I have yet to see a Mageblood this season. With as much like expedition as I've done and as like much testing as I've done, you would think I would have seen it. I found 4 headhunters, but not a single Mageblood. Please, am my inventory full? God, I wish. I haven't seen a Mageblood yet. Well, what is going on? I was just like. That was a 10. Okay, that was the 10 div. Never mind. I'm like, that was a 10 div drop. But no, that was actually literally just a 10 div node, too. I'm literally out of space to hold like random stuff. Greater Chaos. Okay, since we're not tracking this map because it's like guaranteed to make a giant outlier for the testing here, yeah, go ham because if there's anything I missed, go pick it up because like. That was 10, 20, 23 div. Perfect Chaos. 41 Chaos. You need to ask Fubgun to borrow his streaming client.
Yes.
Dude dropped 15 Mage Bludges or so? Oh my god. Yeah, if only I could get that lucky. Jesus.
Speak. A useful trade. Time is of the essence.
Honestly, I'm not really like, as far as like the PoE streamers goes, like I don't really talk to any of them. The only one that I actually like, and that I actually have like any kind of like talking with is like Para, but he doesn't really just do PoE. He does like other stuff too. Okay, I need more of these random tier 15s with 150%. I still think the 120% tier 16s are technically better loot, but like like for testing stuff, I don't want to spend like 8 divs on a map, you know? When we're trying to do like some like random testing to see if something works. So what we're testing right now, by the way, Shake, is you know that shield that basically doubles the monster power of all of everything in your presence. So basically what we're seeing is if it exponentially increases the loot, like across like X amount of maps, like if we run that like 20 maps with and 20 maps without it, to see if it does if we see a big change in the amount of like divs or currency that it's dropping, to see if that actually is something that like I can recommend people to run with like their group setups for this, you know? Swap back to okay, yeah, good, that's good. Yeah, it doubles the monster power. Here, I'll show you. Let me I'll pull it up on stream. Here, so there's this shield. That it says enemies in your presence count as having double power. So we're trying to kind of determine if this does anything for Grand Expedition. That's our goal right now. Let's get something to drink, something fishy. Nothing and something fishy are two of the best ones. Like to the point where like you can open up a 3 socket with just those two. It'd be literally fine. Armor risky, something fishy, a good fellow. And I have a ton of Alders maps already, but like Armor risky, unknown ruins. Worm, unknown fishy. Okay, yeah, we'll go here. Alright, that gives us enough maps, so we'll be good for a little bit, at least. Yeah, so that's what we're working on right now. I gotta run a random, like, map here to get, like, yeah. Need some help with the currency testing? At the moment, I can't really pick anyone else up because it'll, like, you know, mess up the results a little bit. So I'm kind of just trying to keep the group to what it was at the moment. But I might actually crowdsource because a lot of people have been asking me to test, like, lineage gems. And I figured out how I would do it, but I might have to, like, crowdsource that a little bit because it's going to be, like, 300 boss kills to do it properly. Because the way I want to do it is I want to run just Dory with the Irradiated, and then run a bunch of bosses with just like a white tier 15, right? And then run a bunch of bosses with a white tier 15 and like 40% Waystone tablets and nothing else on the tablets. And then do the same thing with white tablets, but like a 125% Waystone map. And then that'll let me isolate if the Waystone percent on the tablets or the Waystone percent on the maps is what matters, and or both. Because if you see something increase over the baseline, then that should like basically isolate it. But that's going to be a lot of bosses to do it the right way. It's looking at somewhere like 300 bosses to properly test it is what I was like coming up with, as far as a number, because you would want to do like 100 of each type. Grazed, all +5. Okay, so we'll do grazed here. So I'm trying to just like keep it all like as many of the all +5s here as we can for this set, so I can like try and like see. I mean, once we have like, I say like 15 maps, so they're like a good mix of like all +5 through 6, we should be solid there. Alright, PM me if you need help later. I will for sure. So we need a bond rune. See, that's scuffed. Because now I have to take that, even though it's so far out of the way, because Opulent's one of the strongest runes in the game. Like, there's only one rune better than Opulent, and that's Bond. So unless this is an Elder Saga, it's getting left here. Yeah, that's getting left here. Yeah, basically. If I'm doing this, that's basically the only thing I'm going for. Here, I'll show you why. Okay, so, you know how the Opulent rune is the best rune in the game, right? Like, that's why everyone thinks the best? Okay, so back in, like, 0.1, and I'll read the patch notes to you, they put out a patch note that was basically... Let me scroll up and I'll read it one for one. It's posted in Discord. Monster modifiers now grant higher amounts of item rarity, item quantity, and item quality. This is the most common on magic and rare enemies. So basically, monster modifiers increase item rarity and quantity, right? And that was just like a base thing. It's nothing to do with your Atlas. Okay, now, if we go to the Atlas tree and we see this right here, how it's, if I can get to it, it says, you're buying tier 15s, 130, I was just using 150. So you see how this is like 100% increased item rarity per monster modifier? And then it's mirrored over here. Well, when you have a bond rune active, at times you'll be pushing like 18 to 20 monster modifiers, right? Well, when you have 18 to 20 monster modifiers on a map, or on a single monster, with those two things active, you're talking like 4,000% item rarity, right? So, basically, it completely makes all item rarity on your map, your gear, your waystone completely irrelevant, because you're trying to literally bring up a stat that's already at 4,000%. So you're basically doing nothing for it. Because you're just giving way too much of it. And it's literally because of the bond rune. The bond rune is what's basically, I'm pretty sure, making it seem like quantity, effectiveness, and item rarity are doing absolutely nothing. Because the bond rune is literally just outperforming what it should be. Like 15 to 20 monster modifiers is really common with the one bond rune locked in, you know? And that puts you to like such a high amount of monster rarity and item rarity, it's like ridiculous. So to put it into perspective, say you got a rarity bot and you're pushing a bond rune with like 20 total modifiers at 4,000%. That rarity bot at 500 extra is only giving you about 10% more rarity. So then like what is your maps doing at 70%? You know? You think this is not? I don't know if it's intentional, but I don't see how they could be. It could be working as intended. Something to be giving us like so much quantity and rarity that it basically makes the gear stats irrelevant. You know? And it's something specifically tied to the bond rune. But it's either that, or that's what's causing the rarity and the effectiveness not to work, and or It's just literally the remnants are not counting as monsters, so basically all those stats specify as dropped by monsters, and it's basically not counting that way. So either one of those is like what's happening, and I have no way without being like talking to straight up to a dev to know which one it is, you know? And there's no way of testing it.
Fortune favors the prepared.
Hello, what are we testing today? So what I'm testing today is there's a shield that basically doubles the monster power of everything in your presence. So I'm testing if that has any effect on the loot from expeditions by like doubling the power of every monster on the map, basically. So far from like early testing, it seems like we were getting about double the amount of divs per map, but like that was only with 10 sample size, and like 10 map sample size is really really subject to variation and like other stuff, but I would say doubles. Like it should be outside of the variation window, but still, I want more sample size. But if it actually works how it looks like it's working, it basically is going to change the entire rarity bot meta, at least for Grand Expeditions. So we got 5, 13, 5, 13, 4 greater, and 1 annulment.
Yes. Indeed.
Alright, so almost have enough data other than the debt, because we died a few times. I died a few times on that one. We're almost at 20 points of data on this set. And so far, what is our average div count here? We're averaging 5 divs a map compared to 8 on the ones on the set with the shield. Our average chaos is what? 13 compared to 16 with the shield. And our like perfect chaos, perfect exalt count is like a whopping 4 compared to with the shield we had 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. So almost double on that too. So we're 17 chaos on the other set, and like so it looks like we're almost tracking 2 times the amount of divs, 2 times the amount of like perfect exalts and chaoses, and with the shield. I got a path for 1 second. I gotta do a map really quick and path to this next one. And like, I'm trying to make sure we target at least mostly all +5s or higher here. For our group to see if we can see a sizable change in yeah, actually that could be good with both of those setups. Possibly. That would be an interesting one. How big are the presents does he get? I think he's running around like a screen and a half. So, I mean, it should be good enough. I mean, I'm not sure if he's running like the 20-meter presence range that was meta like a few seasons back for like rarity bots. But I mean, I think he's got a screen and a half of presence. It should be good enough though. Especially if you're just standing next to the remnant. I'm down to run another tablet set through another tablet set with the shield tonight if you are. And then, I mean, that should give us enough data to test it for, like, to know 100% if it's working. I mean, we have enough maps already set up for it. As long as your mob doesn't wander off to Narnia, they should be still in your... Yeah, basically that. Okay, so Gray's all +5 again. And how many of the maps in this set were 1x times what? One...
Another step on the road less traveled.
Just one. So we only have one map in that set that's 1x. So... this set has been like at least there's 6 in here that we counted that are 1x times x. And 3. Oh, the rerolls on this map are like crazy. POB says he has a 17.1 meter presence. That is more than enough. That's over a screen. Bro, the rerolls on this map have been really... What is the waystone percent here? 293 plus... Shit. 300. Almost 450%. Yeah, it definitely works on the rerolls too. That's why there's only 10 data points on the testing for that, is because I was actually counting the rerolls on the initial testing for it as well. Because I was like, it shouldn't really make too much of a difference if I don't count the rerolls. Okay, so do I grab 2 mid ones, or do I try and like just go straight for the big one? Okay, let me see if I can like actually just like clean this up a little bit here. Right there. There we go. Okay, that's fine. 3 slot normal to a 9 slot 10 div drop? Yeah, that's like... And so that's what actually how I like did the testing for this, the waystone percent thing really quickly. It was like I actually just counted the rerolls. That's why there's like 200 data points almost across like only 10 maps. And a lot of people were giving me shit because it means it's a low sample size. But like it's really not. You're tracking like 200 remnants. Something just exploded half my energy shield out from underneath it. That was like interesting. I didn't see a locked-in bond rune, so this one might be mid, I'm gonna be honest. Without that. Another one thing that, you know how, like, the power rune just, like, massively scales your loot almost as, like, as strongly as the bond rune? That's another thing that got me thinking if we can raise the monster power, it actually will increase the effect of that rune. Oh god. Get up, get up, get up, get up. Thank you. The only thing that usually gets me killed is I'll like sprint or like hold down the dodge button for a half a second too long. And it starts to do like a sprint and then I die. Then I braced your boots yesterday. I had to sell them to you. Know you could only have one altar slot. Oh! Ouch! I had that happen with the current boots that I bought that I'm wearing right now. Because I had the gloves with the +1 suffix on them, and I didn't realize that. Yeah. And so I had to sell the gloves and just buy new ones. Because I wasn't about to go try and buy another pair of, like, spirit boots. With, like, chance to not consume power charges. Okay, let's see what we got going on. You see, this is like an amazing map, right? This is like so +1. So yeah, you can only have one on those two. But the loot's just been mid. Like everything in here was like almost 7 socket or more. I mean, we got the older saga, but like still. Like, this setup with the shield, I feel like we would have been like 5, 6, 7 divs by now. And this is Bond Rune. This isn't all 7. No, it's a all +5. But most of the remnant sockets here were 7. Get my energy shield back, please. Can I get my energy shield back, please? Thank you. Uh, 150 million DPS-ish. But it's Falling Thunder is my main DPS tool. And then Siphoning Strike is a generator for it, so that's how I get my power charges. No, I basically can pull my full 7 stack of power charges on a single Siphoning Strike hit, so it's basically one Siphoning Strike into a Falling Thunder. With almost like 100% crit chance. Well, at 100% crit chance right now, probably. There we go. Okay, so what was that for loot? 5 div, like is mini mod, like that was only 5 div, dude. That was horrible. 5 div, 4 annulments, 15 chaos, 1 greater chaos, and then we saw an Alder Saga. I'm using Cat too. Yeah, exactly. It like for how many high socket runes were on that map, the drops were did not reflect it at all.
You should be using it, not selling it.
I'm not even bothering. Like, I just need to honestly. There's so much stuff that I just honestly just need to completely loop filter out tier 15 maps at this point because like I'm never using them.
A pleasure.
Because I just buy what I need.
Keep your chisel sharp.
Yes. Gold is time is of the essence.
So all up, I have when everything's going, I have about I'm basically at deflection cap at 95% when everything is rolling, and then like my headhunter caps everything, caps the rest of my resistances. It puts me at like 60% chaos, which is like whatever. You don't really need that much chaos, and then I just do a ton of damage past that. Okay, so we need more what do we need, actually? And just circle, oblique, and awful, sulfite. Okay, so we have no tablets. Okay, I need to go buy tablets. I'll be right back. Trade. We'll do like 2 more maps on this set, and then we'll go back to using the shield, and like that should be plenty, dude. Or Nora tanky now that you have the mirror, and you bought some new gear. 10, and then I want random 2. I've only been using 35% Waystone tablets because like it's like half the cost. And like that little bit of like extra Waystone percent doesn't seem to like it make too much of a difference. Just avoid anything that has like extra gold on it, generally. Like that'll fuck your loot. You just want more energy shield. You're gonna play some jewels with the 90 and get to 95 and 6k energy shield. Yeah, so I have 2 50% energy shield gems in right now. And that's basically what covers me for energy shield. Oh, 165%. That hasn't changed at all throughout any of the testing, by the way. It's always been 165%. Alright, so... I would really like to end this with like this status set with another all plus 5 just to get as many of those as possible. So let's do... I'm gonna path to that one right there just so we can have as many all plus 5s as possible to compare it to. You got a Samish? You should get a mirror soon. God, I hope. If I could get a mirror soon, then I wouldn't have to, like, keep, like, I could literally, there's so much stuff I could go test with a mirror. I mean, granted, I've already probably put over a mirror into testing right at this point. Like, if I did the math between the maps, like, I can tell you just the rare monster testing was 650 div, just for the tablets, on the rare monster testing to see if that was working in expeditions. I think I spent 650 divs on that, just for the tablets, and then 40 map, and then like 6 div a map. So it was 40 maps times 6 would be... Gelid. Yeah. Shit. It's 850 div, just on those. Just on the one data set for testing the rare monster spawns in here, I spent 850 divines. That's not including the cost of the Alder's legacies. Or Alder sagas. Which would be why I'm broke right now, somewhat. Actually, I don't even know how I broke even on that. I think it was because I got lucky and found an Alder's Legacy that basically, like, was the only reason I broke even on that tablet set testing. Okay, so ruins, all plus 5. Alright, so let's go over here. I am really heavily leaning towards the shield being better, though. Like, just from the amount of loot we're seeing without it and going back to, like, having used it and then going back to without it, it's like,
Another step on the road.
Yeah, I'm just like 3 a.m. here for you. Good night. Have a good night, man. It was fun chatting with you. Is that a bond locked in? I think that is, right? Yeah, so that changes this. We want to, like, locked in bond at the start, priority number 1. Okay, what are these ones over here? Locked in opulent over there. But there's no way to get to it easily. That's the problem with ruins, it's just like it's either really amazing for loot, but like but the remnants count is like so spread out it's hard. Alright, so how do I want to path this? So we get the locked in bond right here. I think I want to go this way. Alright, let's go with this. We'll switch back to the shield for testing after this map. Honestly, I'm already like I can already tell you it works. Just from like the amount of maps we've done with like really high socket counts on these all +5 maps and like how much loot we've gotten out of some of them, like on average we were seeing almost 10 div a map raw on the first data set. Like on average right now we're seeing maybe 5. Sorry, on the shield set. I gotta text on, take a second after this one, I gotta send a text message. Not this remnant, but this map. Yeah, dude, I am like literally, I don't even like think it's. I think the answer is pretty clear if it's working at this point. Like the amount of tinks we're seeing is just like it's nothing. Like. Oh, there's a locked-in opulent back here. Like, we have a locked-in bond rune right now, man. We have a locked-in power rune. We have a locked-in, oath rune. Basically, we have the, like, the trifecta as far as, like a giga loot, and we're just not getting any loot. And we have an opulent rune. Like, it's just bad. And rebirth. Rebirth is also locked in on here. I can see it right now. So we basically have every major rune that you would want for like giga loot locked in. It is just like the loot isn't terrible, but it's like comparatively it's bad. Does that make sense? Like, if I was solo, I would be happy with this kind of loot, honestly. Boom. Can I move, please? Alright, let's see. That was a whopping... If it wasn't for that one at the end, it would have been terrible. Because that was like... That put it to 10 divs and 7 chaos... To have a 7 chaos. 10 divs. 7 chaos. How many graders? 1 grader. 1 annulment. Dude. Alright, let's switch back to the shield and we'll do a few runs and see how it feels. I mean, go for it and then, like, call it a night. I can already, basically already say that it's already, the shield works, man. Like, we are, like, it's pretty dang clear at this point to me that that shield is doing a lot. We'll run like 5 maps without it with the shield here. That should give us enough of a data point to like to reference at least. We'll try and like focus on 1x7s to try and like at least even out the amount of 1x7s and stuff that are on the other data set. To try and like level that out a little bit.
I'll be, well, it's, better you don't know.
Okay, now we test the shield. Raised 1x plus 7. And then we have grit. Then we can do Baron Atoll 1x times 8. Because there's like 6 1x8s and 1x7s on the first data set, so I'd like to try and like level that out so there's about the same on each side. Don't go in yet. I accidentally screwed up. So where we have about the same on both sides. If we level that out, it'd be perfect.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Alder's Legacy. Or set, yeah, Saga. Like, when did I say Legacy? I don't even know, dude. Brightness Ride. We'll know for sure. I mean, honestly, we will know fairly quickly. Here, if this is working. Man, yeah. The difference is like drastic. Like that wasn't like. This is like. Seven, 10, 2. 7, 10, 2. And they tried to sign Shine Scepter. And an older saga. There. Like. There's no way that's not doing anything. Because there was like, dude, that map, honestly, the remnants were not good. Like, other than it had like 2 good socket, high socket ones. Like, everything else on that map was bad.
Go on. This is better in your hands, for sure.
Baron, 1x times 8. So how many 1x's do we have here? We have 1, 2, 3, and a lucky. And how many are on this set? 1x times, we have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so there's 6 on that set and a lucky. So, yeah, we just do a few more of the 1x's, and then this will give us 4, and that'll level out the amount of 1x's here, and then it'll give us a better accurate read. Why am I pulling out stacks of chaos when I'm trying to pull out stacks of exalts? 2, 3, okay. So we need 2 more 1x times whatevers, and then basically we'll call it.
Another step on the road.
I did not bring rerolls. Oops. I gotta go get that. Gotta get that. Okay. Alright, good.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Reroll that. Alright, let's check what's down here out of the way before we go after anything big. Locked and opulent. Locked in time. I'm just gonna go roll everything before I actually decide on a path. Okay, we're definitely coming over here. What the hell? Why does it not die? Okay, I think I know where we're going. We're gonna go this way. Yeah, we're not grabbing that. Or that. I mean, as much as I would like the 2 guaranteed divs, like... all the big stuff's over here, and there's a locked-in opulent right there. Thanks for the sub, Keith. No locked-in bond, though, which is rough. The locked-in opulent, though, is good. Okay, grab this. Not a lot of boxes here, either. Oh, well, it's fine. Yeah. Let's see what this one looks like. Yeah, this is also like just like way out of band for like the 1X's. Like it's definitely working. I think. Which those are. I mean, there's already a tink right there. Like there wasn't even a decent mod. That was just a random crap mod. Chaos. This is chaos. And we're not even to the big stuff yet. No, we just now hit the good stuff. Let's see, open OBS and see if your rates go up. Yeah, is that how it works? You just have to have OBS running to get good loot? I feel like I have plenty of maps that just have terrible loot for that to be a thing. I don't know, but your rates are low and you're running the exact same juice setup. That's funny. You get maybe, what, 5... Maybe per map 5 that end up being a positive? Yo, we're seeing like a marked increase in like perfect exalts and chaos orbs too. With this shield. Oh, I just teleported the wrong into my high. How? Oof.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Okay, where is the monster keeping that thing alive? There we go. I think the shield that is making the difference here, man. Like, I'm gonna be honest, the shield, it's really noticeable. Like 7 divs right there. How many chaos was that? 20? One perfect exalt. 3 graders. And 4 nulls. Like... Oh, I put that in the control set. Oops. Alright, there we go. Fix it. You guys also remember that I really pay a lot of attention to how I chain my runes together to make sure it maximizes loot. And some of like that rune chaining to get it like perfect just comes with like knowing and trial and error and practicing, you know. I honestly should put up a rune chaining guide. That would be a good thing for content, like a rune chaining guide, like how to actually do it. I have another 1x. Yeah, I do. Okay, so that gives us 4 or 5 1x plus whatevers so far. What do you think, by the way? Are you in agreement here? Because you're also at the party with me. You're like been getting firsthand. The tink rate is just so much higher, right? Even on like mediocre maps, we're seeing a lot more tinks. It does feel relatively better, yeah. I would have to agree with you. First, you don't get to the bottom of this? Oh my god. Hey, if it works, it works, right? Like don't question it. Okay, so what was this? This was, Frigid 1x7 here.
Another step on the
1x
road
plus
less traveled.
7. Okay, so that'll put what here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 maps here. They're 1x. Shit, I forgot my dang reroll item again.
Oh, it's you.
Another step on the road less traveled.
One X times 7, but it just reroll 3 7s. Okay, did you see any opulence? I did not see a single opulent here, so guess it really doesn't matter then. Now, making them immune to chaos doesn't completely brick my build. Making them immune to anything else like cold or lightning is basically foobarring me. Yeah, I think, though, if this is also, like, cracked for loot, I'm just gonna, like, call the verdict is, like, this is much better. Because most of the buffs on this map don't even function on the Remnants. They only work on monster markers. This has been like an 8-hour stream almost. I think we basically can have come to the agreement that it does work, at least to some degree. This rune setup is terrible, by the way. We have no opulent, we have no bond, we have nothing. We basically have almost zero of the good locked-in purple runes right now. How many divs is that? I mean, 4 divs, 6 and 4. 4, 6, 4. Okay, so if yeah, let's just I'm gonna go through and like level this out so I can so we can find what the average amount of currency drops per map is comparatively to the other maps. Set. I already can tell you it's a lot more. Equals average 7.5 average divs per map. 15 average chaos. 0.25 average perfect for perfect exalts. 0.41 for perfect chaos. 2.3 greater chaos and 1.8 annuls compared to I didn't want to sum that. I want average. $12 average You know where we start seeing really massive changes here? On the sheet? Perfects. Like, it is not even come close to the same amount of perfect orbs on this sheet as it is the shield sheet. Like, we found 4. Same thing with Greater Chaos. We're like way ahead on Graders too. Alright, so I'm gonna add it up really quick and we'll, for the shield versus the not shield. Even though there's like, there's still not enough samples, but like we have enough variants here. 5.2 plus 12.7 plus 0.05 plus 0.16 plus 1.2 plus 1.5 equals. Okay, so we have an average total currency drop across all these of 20. About just under 21. Now, when we take that same number and we do it here, 7.5 plus 14.9 plus 0.4 plus 0.25 equals plus 2.3, 1.8. That's outside a margin of error. Like, the map variance doesn't explain a 10... Let's see. Let me do the percentage difference here between the two. So it would be, what, 27.95? That's like a 40% swing in loot. Like, this doesn't explain, this isn't like being explained by, like, random variants. So, let's see. Like, that's almost 50% more loot. Yeah, we could do the last few remaining tomorrow. Okay, so basically, I just did the math. So, it is a 34% increase in loot over the runs we did with the shield on average across every map over the ones we did not without the shield. 30% is outside of variance. That's like way outside the variance range, you know? %.
As expected.
So I'm gonna say it's safe to say that shield is actually what doing it. It does work.
Of course.
Like, if it was like normal map variants, I would expect maybe like 10-15% difference, right? You could explain that to being map variants and just RMG, but 34% you can't explain that away as map variance. You know? Here, take these. I have enough other stuff I can sell, I'll be fine. Yeah, so we'll do we'll test it a little more tomorrow and find out, but for that, I think I'm gonna call it for the night on stream, guys. I've been at this for like 8 hours doing testing. My head kind of hurts, so I will catch everyone tomorrow. Thanks for watching, it was fun.